money. I bet that's what she's talking about. That whole report that Laura
well,
came out with
Laura's
crazy.
report basically was alarming new details around the building used by the Trump shooter. This was the report, and it goes on to say here that why is the company that owns the building not talking, and why have they not released a statement? Now, we're talking about the building that the shooter was on, right? Also, supposedly the building that the sniper teams were in, which is weird, or some teams, right? So it says AGR International, the building Thomas Matthew Crook shot from, was just sold in March to Clayton Dubilier and Rice, which is CDR Build subsidiary called Indicor. It is worth noting that Joseph L. Rice III is the founder of Clayton Dubilier and Rice. Rice is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, and he is also a member of the Brookings Institution, the same Brookings Institute that has perpetuated lawfare campaigns against President Trump in an effort to keep him off the ballot for the 2024 presidential election. So this is where it starts getting weird. But it's important to people to follow how the deep state has a history of using proprietary companies as cutouts. So according to the filings in their own press releases, Indicor was officially formed in January 2023 by CD&R, who just partnered with John Salib. Now, prior to joining CD&R, John Salib was a senior vice president of global policy and public affairs and Pfizer, a position he remained in until 2022. So then the senior vice president of global policy and public affairs for Pfizer, Salib, a max donor to the Joe Biden campaign when he ran against President Trump, right? Now, this can keep going, and I don't want to waste anybody's time, but here's basically what it says. This building was bought, repurposed in March of this year, right? The building that the shooter was on, supposedly the building that, I don't know, what for whatever purposes, they had some type of sniper teams in. But yet it's all somehow oddly, weirdly connected to the Democrats, to the Biden campaign in particular, because of the donors, and then also the World Economic Forum. There's a couple of guys that are in that group that are heavy traffickers of the WEF in Davos. So, you know, is it a coincidence? I don't know. I've always said I don't freaking believe in coincidences anymore, right?
Well, in James Bond, they say there's a line that said, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enemy action.
Yeah.
So if we think about the whole thing with spying on his campaign, and then the Russia for 4 years, and then COVID, and then the riots, and then the Hunter Biden laptop suppression, then January 6th and the rigged election, and then the stolen presidency. And then we see everything that's happened ever since Biden got into office. And then we see what happens with Trump decides to run for president. And, you know, the way that he has these lawsuits thrown at him, the way that the media continues to smear him, the way that now he has federal cases, and they're going after him over stuff that doesn't make any sense. There's no legal precedent. They're forcing all this stuff down the corrupt courts, you know, DAs and stuff that are owned by Soros. Like, these people go after him. They try to get him off the ballot because of all this stuff. It doesn't work. He ends up winning his cases, or, you know, getting immunity or whatever. So there's no sentence. And so not only, and then all the while, Biden is just a train wreck.
Yeah.
You know, he's destroying the country. And then now there's this attempted assassination attempt. And it's like, okay, that's way more than thrice as enemy action, if you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Did you guys see the big news story that came out of Florida? Supposedly this guy was arrested. I think it was 2 days after the attempted Trump assassination. And they said that he was arrested because he was planning to assassinate Biden. I mean, what was he going to do? Stick a freaking stick in his bicycle spoke? But the thing is, he doesn't even ride a bicycle anymore. So, I mean, what is he going to do? Is he going to act like a kid and maybe, you know, put some fentanyl on his arm, and then Biden's going to come along and sniff the shit out of this fentanyl? I mean, is that what's going to happen?
He was going to wear a wig and sneak in and pretend to be his wife and lure him away.
Yeah, that's true.
As we all saw how easy it was at that luncheon.
I did see that.
Well, nobody even has to do anything to get rid of Biden. I mean, we're just waiting for the clock. I have to go and cut
Obama,
that snippet.
Did you see that thing about Obama coming out and saying Biden needs to step down? Like a month after him and George Clooney host a fundraiser for Biden. Now they're both asking him to step down.
Well, it goes to show how fake all politics is, right? They support you 1 minute and then they just do a flip the next minute. I was actually in Nick Fuentes' replies, because I think Nick is a really smart kid. I think that, I shouldn't say kid, he's a young man. But I think that he doesn't see politics for what it really is. You know, I think he's an idealist who sees it as like, oh, I want my party to be this pure thing. But You know, everybody will be like one person's enemy one day, and the next day now they're like your VP, right? You know, JD Vance was like a never Trumper, you know, 8 years ago, and now he's he's going to be potentially vice president. So I think you have to look at it from a very pragmatic standpoint. That's how politics works. You know, people are doing deals behind the scenes. It wouldn't even surprise me if a lot of the Republicans and Democrats are like best buds behind the scenes as well. You know, that's why, like, when people like Jake talk about stuff like the uniparty or the deep state, stuff like that, you know, you realize that, to me, a lot of what's happening here is just like a puppet show. And it's like, who's the person holding the puppet up in general? But
yeah,
you know.
for sure. No, I agree with that.
I say, you have to know there are people in that room right now that shorted Trump's companies, right? Like, I guarantee they put it in the 11th or 12th before. There are people in that room who are aware of the shenanigans, and now they're shaking his hand and congratulating him. It's the level of just evil that's floating around in politics.
Well, somebody came out with a report saying that was a mess up on like the accounting side of it.
Yeah,
and that was
bullshit.
not true, that they really didn't short the stock, and it was all an accounting error and it was coming back. But then when we went to look, it was not there still.
Well, what are the chances? Why didn't it go to other companies too? Why didn't they short other companies? Why was it just Trump? And why was it specifically these big names? You know, like, that makes absolutely, like, statistically makes no sense.
I have a friend, he actually works dealing with markets when there are errors. There are actual errors. Someone wants to trade 10,000, they trade 100,000. Oopsie, you call in someone to fix it, and that's his job. And I've heard from him that's not at all. Like, had that actually happened, had this been going down, like if that was an accidental trade, it's fixed the next day. It's not something you ignore for days, and it just goes unseen when it's millions of dollars in calls. You know what I mean? Like, or billions, excuse me. It would have been billions and options. So yeah, it was not a mistake.
You know what else? We were talking on the podcast the other day with someone we had on the podcast, which I think Dave, he might know who he is. But anyways, we were talking about this. And so, you know, one of the things Secret Service does, right? So when you have an event like this, you set up, you know, whether it be snow plows or whatever. Well, I happen to notice on a video, because what they're trying to do is cut off shooting lanes, right? Especially on the areas to where it is high threat areas. And I was watching this video last night. Was it not last night? And I was like, I have not seen this video, but I did notice that they had farm equipment to the right of the stage. So where the bullet was coming from, they had one big combine. Is that what it's called? I think it is. But anyways, they had a huge one there. But it was far too forward, right? So you might think that's nothing. But what it in reality did was, by putting that combine there, it had the shooting lane from the building the shooter actually shot from wide open to Trump. And I got to ask myself, why would you put the combine 20 feet further down when you should have put it, you know, specifically blocking where that building was? It just didn't make any sense to me.
Well, you have a novice shooter taking a 8-inch target at 150 yards, the rifle they're probably somewhat unfamiliar with. You want to give them all the advantage you can.
Well, but hold on a second, because I know I'm not trying to say that I know what happened, okay? Because I don't, and I'm comfortable with that. But what I also know is when I'm getting a bullshit story. So I may not know what actually happened, but I do know when I'm getting bullshitted. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm looking at with the Trump thing, I'm seeing so many commonalities with what happened to JFK.
Yeah.
You know, think about it, like broad daylight, live television, right? You've got most likely multiple shooters. There's that too. Like, if you watch some of these videos, there's 11 shots that go off.
Yeah.
And at least as far as my counting goes. And one of the shots is like right near the end, after all shots have already been fired. It's like a 10-second gap and a shot goes off.
Yeah.
So, and then there's like talk about the water tower. There's also talk about somebody in the stands, like when initial reports came out. I don't know if you guys are like a part of these spaces or anything about hearing all these initial reports from the media, but apparently they said that they arrested the shooter. And he was in the stands. They had like pictures of him being carried away.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and then they're like, wait, no, that wasn't him. The shooter's over here and he's dead now. But there was a picture cycling around the internet of some like like hefty Hispanic looking dude that looks nothing like the guy they're telling us about.
Yeah,
you know?
and they were saying he was Antifa. I saw that picture.
Yeah,
that was the guy who got shot to death, though. The way we know that is because they did an interview with the doctor, the ED physician. I posted it on my Twitter when it came out, and I went back and looked at that video, and you can see the doctor standing up, covered in blood, right next to that guy. They were carrying him away. But I thought the same thing when I first reported when they showed that body. I thought that's the shooter. They must have killed the shooter in the stands, right? But that's the thing, like in the heat of the moment, there's all this fog of war where like things are coming out and we don't know what's true or what's not. There was also this other guy they were claiming was the Antifa. I think the one you were talking about where he had the glasses on, the picture of the one guy that had some other weird name, Mario Violet or Violetta or something like that.
Yeah, that's it.
And I mean, it's like, I think the takeaway here is that, you know, there's a lot of people that will criticize citizen journalism and people who are trying to push this information out early. And they'll say, oh, they should wait for the facts. But people demand information right away, you know, and yes, there are cases where you can get it wrong and the information comes out and needs to be corrected later on. But to me, the answer isn't don't report on anything. The answer is report on it and correct the stuff that's incorrect. But, you know, get the information out there as fast as possible, because otherwise it opens the door to the government lying about things, you know, unless we're getting like, okay, this is what's happening right now, guys. This is what's being reported.
And by the way,
but if I may, that part of the reason I bring up what I'm bringing up is, and why initial reports are so important is because I learned from Vegas. You know what I'm saying? All the initial reports in Vegas was that there was multiple shooters. And when you do your homework and you get away from this government narrative that they've spun, and you actually figure out what the F is going on that night on the ground, what you find, dude, is that there was reports of multiple shooters going into the police. There was multiple people coming forward talking about all the gunfire that happened along the strip, etc. And all of that was suppressed within a day or two after the incident, and everything has been washed off of the internet. So I'm just saying, similar to what happened with like Lee Harvey Oswald getting killed, you know, being the patsy and the official narrative, the Warren report, and all the Warren Commission, like all of those things, they all are the exact same cleanup job. And what happened here with Trump? You have CIA involvement, FBI involvement, Secret Service involvement. You have the same corrupt political class and their involvement. All the same people want to get rid of Trump. How many things has Trump done that JFK tried to do? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. And Trump has just entered the building, guys. That's what I was just showing. Hold on. What the hell?
President just walked in over my left-hand shoulder there, and I tell you what, Laura, he can draw a crowd. It is something else. AC/DC, Back in Black, pretty good walk-on song, I think. These gentlemen look like Oklahoma Sooners, like the offensive line for the University of Oklahoma delegates from that state. What do you want to hear tonight?
By the way, I hope if I'm muting it on the source, that it's actually muting. I'm hoping. So, anyways,
we could hear it there for a second.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Okay, I almost wore the ear thing just to troll a little bit, but I felt it was like a little bit not. Yeah, it was a little faux pas. I think I saw people doing it though, just like in support of Donald Trump. That had the
yeah, I was just getting ready.
Oh, that's too funny.
Yes, everybody's wearing that little bandage, and everybody's like
bandage on the ear.
Yeah,
and they're getting made fun of for it. I almost just did it just to troll people. It's like put in my ear.
No, I see that.
Like, no, let's have some class.
Trump sitting next to Jason Aldean. I know Kid Rock's supposed to perform tonight. Apparently,
oh really? Okay. I love him.
Kid Rock's going to perform last minute. Hulk Hogan's supposed to have a speech, which Hulk Hogan he came on Fox News earlier and said I'm just tired of being quiet, right? And I think we're starting to see that, right? There's more people that are just sick of shutting the hell up. I mean, even if you look at Amber Rose. This is one of the things too about the Amber Rose thing. Amber Rose came out. Obviously, she's big in the hip hop / the urban culture, right? She's always been very big about that. Mm-hmm. And it's just weird because like some of the response to Amber Rose going on there and speaking from at least people on the right, but then there was also there's been people saying, oh well, the people that were trashing Amber Rose for coming on in the RNC and basically acting like she's not good enough to be a Republican or whatever conservative. there's a lot of people saying that a lot of those accounts saying that are potentially bot farms. And listen, I think that any of you guys have ever been to a Trump rally or something like that, the number one thing I always find at any rally, we just went to a Trump boat parade in Lake Murray, South Carolina, and you're not going to find more accepting people, more open people, and more chill people than a Trump rally. You're just not.
It is so much fun. Like, we're literally in the lake, just swimming around. Everybody was in the lake. I would just go swim to other people's boats and talk to them and hang out and then go swim to somebody else's boat. I mean, and everyone is just so accepting of who you are. They don't care. They're not fake. They're real people.
And it doesn't matter, by the way, we are white, but we saw black people there swimming up to people, hanging out, whatever, drinking, having a good time. It doesn't matter what color you are. It matters about, I think they're just like, you have common ground of people that care about America. And it don't necessarily even have to be about Trump, right? I mean, Trump is just the figurehead of make America great again. And it's so funny when the left says, oh, we're MAGA extremists. These are the ultimate MAGAs, or what is it called? Ultra MAGA. Yeah, I am ultra MAGA. I'm ultra. I want this country to be great again, right? I want it to be the best it's ever been. I want it to be better than it's ever been, right? But if we can't even get past make America great again, then how the hell is it ever going to be greater than it was?
Well, and that's why you got to start listening to people like Ashton or myself. If you want to make America great again, we got to start making energy efficient again.
Yeah, I think that some part of it is people aren't afraid as much anymore. Like, there was so much vilification of anybody that supported Donald Trump in 2016, where now people are not as afraid to support him and come out. I came out and said I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. I was choosing between like RFK and him potentially. And then there's the whole aspect where, it's been so terrible the last 4 years for common people that now you're seeing people that would have never supported Trump 8 years ago are coming out and they're like, hey, like, you know what? My food prices have basically doubled in the last 10 years, and gas prices have been through the roof. We're in all these wars we shouldn't be in. All these terrible things keep happening. Like, we need to go back to the times where it was better. The last thing I'm going to say about the normal people as well is that I've been working with the VA as a private contractor. I've been out to a lot of these rural areas across the country, and they, in a lot of these VAs, they have, little pictures of Donald Trump and stuff like this. It's big Trump country in general. And people are just down to earth, normal people. It's like Trump represents something for them, and they're not hateful people or evil people. They're very accepting in general. But he represents like an ability for kind of anyone to succeed in this country, I feel like. And you get that impression when you talk to them. And that's where that's what woke me up personally, is when I started to see that. I'm like, oh, how this is represented in the media is completely contrary to what like normal people out there, especially in the rural areas, but all over, really feel like. Yeah,
no, I agree. Sorry, Dorian, you're an asshole. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Well, we were just talking earlier, but he's I actually saw one the other day because Sherry's daughter's boyfriend, he's a built dude. But yeah, there's obviously the common misconception black people can't swim, but they certainly can.
Yeah, when I was in boot camp, there's lots of black dudes swimming in the pool.
Oh yeah.
They didn't like it. I'm not gonna lie, not everybody liked it, but
yeah,
they were able, that black people, the idea that black people can't swim is like, it's like Disney level racism, back in the 1930s. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's Chinese people that don't swim. Actually, I was surprised by it, but because mainland Chinese, like maybe not like Chinese American, Asian Americans, right, but like in actual China, like they don't have huge bodies of water all throughout their country. So mainland Chinese people generally don't learn how to swim. I was surprised to learn that. And the only way I learned it is because I lived overseas and went to school with a bunch of kids, and none of the Chinese kids would go in the pool. It was like, and this wasn't like some, 10-foot deep pool. You couldn't even drown in it. It's like 4 foot deep. It's like, oh, okay. Like, you're just not going to swim? No, don't swim.
Wow.
Like, oh, okay.
Hey, have you
illuminated to me?
Have you guys saw the report that supposedly China may have troops in Taiwan within a week? Have you guys saw that?
No.
That's the newest report. Yeah, that's today. Saw that probably 2 hours ago. There are reports that China may have troops on the ground in Taiwan within 1 week of today. Now, obviously, when I first think that or hear that, I think, shit, go figure, right? I mean, let's invite them into Taiwan. I'm sure someone's over there in China be like, hey, you guys got to go soon, right? Because, we need a war. We need World War III. We need something. We need some type of conflict. We can try to divert this Trump presidency. We have to have something.
They have to have something massive to get so many just normal Americans who are out there just trying to live their life, pay their bills, raise their kids, keep food on the table, and maybe go to a vacation, right?
Yeah.
They've woken up to like, how can the government not protect the president? And then more of these details come out. People are aware. They need something big in the headlines. They need something to really make people's heads spin and be like, oh, look over here now.
I think some people are going to wake up too at some point. It's like, why does China want Taiwan so bad? Right? Like, what's the significance? They have a huge landmass, right? But then you find out, oh, Taiwan is like the world's leader in like advanced microchips and computer related components. And you're like, I wonder if there's a connection there,
and Ashton, it's a strategic military location as well. It helps to dominate that portion of the Pacific, don't you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. I definitely think that's a certain aspect to it.
Hey guys, I want to show you this clip. Obviously, probably you guys have seen it already, but our people that are watching right now have not. This is George Carlin talking about the funny thing about assassination is, check this out. Listen to this.
Assassination. You know what's interesting about assassination? Well, not only does it change those popularity polls in a big fucking hurry, but it's also interesting to notice who it is we assassinate. Do you ever notice who it is? Stop to think of who it is we kill. It's always people who've told us to live together in harmony and try to love one another. Jesus, Gandhi, Lincoln, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, John Lennon. They all said, try to live together peacefully. Bam! Right in the fucking head. Apparently, we're not ready for that. Yeah, that's difficult behavior for us.
I think that's so damn true, though. I mean, it's nuts, right? I mean, if you think about this, I've always thought about it. MLK, they had a trial that lasted over 4 weeks. The ending of that trial with his family, they brought over, 200 witnesses. And the jury concluded that the U.S. government was responsible for Martin Luther King's murder.
And we never hear this or talk about it, or it's not in our history books that the actual government are the ones that killed him.
No
one even knows that. I had no idea until we started this podcast that was really true.
For sure.
Yeah, Martin Luther King
something
Jr.
similar about Malcolm X.
Yeah, I was going to say Malcolm X as well as the one I think is just so interesting. Go ahead.
No, that's all I was saying.
Oh,
you're the guy that knows the stuff, man. I want to hear what you got to say, dude. I'm telling you, like, and I don't know if you guys have listened.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, have you heard what Malcolm X had to say about like liberals and his quote about like the wolf and the fox? He's like, the conservatives are like the wolf. They'll show you their teeth. You know exactly where you stand with them. But the liberals, they'll smile at you like the fox. It's like. Man, Malcolm X, like once you hear him say something like that, you're like, okay, now I get why they killed this guy. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Taking a little bit too much truth,
Right. Now you know why the Democrats want him dead, the commies and shit.
What do you guys think about we'll get on the line. What do you guys think about JD Vance?
I think it's interesting. I mean, the Never Trump thing, like even I posted things to that. I've been, speaking with some people that I value. And one of the things that comes to mind is he made that statement when he was just over 30, like 31, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was pre-COVID. That was pre all these shenanigans. And everybody changes. People change in time, especially going through what we went through with the COVID shenanigans and seeing what the government is.
What statement are you talking about exactly?
He had made a statement that he would never vote for Trump. Vance was a never Trumper.
Mm-hmm.
He was very adamant about that. Now, when I look at that, I see a guy who's not too far out of Yale Law School. I see a guy that's traveling in tech circles. I see a younger man, early 30s, just out of that Ivy League brainwashing that he's gone through. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of my dearest friends was a never Trumper, and now he's a 100% Trumper. He is all the way and dyed in the wool because he's been through the election shenanigans. He's been through the COVID shenanigans, and now he's through this. Like, there's no way you can sit here. And the beautiful thing about selecting him is not only do you get like a very relatable, folksy, rural Appalachia born and bred man that is very relatable in that way, and he's a Marine, so there's that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's highly intelligent. He's very well spoken. He's incredibly articulate. That they were friends. Yeah. That's an excellent point. JD Vance is friends with Vivek, or at least they were. I mean, they went to law school together.
And he's awesome too.
I like this.
Well, but, I mean, if I may, though, there's also the added element in there because I've heard everything that you have said already. And all those things kind of made me feel a little better. And I heard that Trump's son, Trump Jr., is actually good friends with Vance. Mm-hmm. And it was a large part of the recommendation of how Vance got in there. But he is a lawyer. He has been in D.C. for a little while. And he also went to Yale. And Yale Law School is famous for Skull and Bones. Yeah. So I'm just saying, look, I don't want to think the worst. I'm hopeful but suspicious. Yeah. And that was how I started out with Trump in his first term. I started out hopefully suspicious, and I think that I've heard some people and what they have to say about Vance, and I'm talking about people that are actually in DC and have worked with him, and they're like they like him, and they say that all the daggers in the Senate are out for Vance just like they are for Trump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I like the stuff that he's been saying, but like the Trump one in the YouTube chat said, JD and Vivek said the things I like, but I still don't trust them. That's kind of my impression as well. Like Vivek, for sure, I don't trust Vivek at all. I think that Vivek just is a politician through and through that says whatever he thinks people want to hear, and maybe he believes it, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. With JD Vance, I guess my concern is similar to what Jake just said, which is like if you look up his history, it's like he's former Marine. He went to Iraq for 6 months as a correspondent, came back, went to Ohio State, went to Yale Law School, wrote a best-selling book, immediately became, it's almost like he was like, chosen to rise up through the ranks of politics very quickly. And I think it sounds like he made a bunch of money somehow, which in the tech world, which isn't really clear to me. Maybe I have to dig more into that. But I get anyone who's like that, I feel like they've been selected. They've been selected to go into this position. So, maybe he'll do the right things because his politics seem fine for sure. And I like agree with Dave as well that like people can change. We shouldn't judge somebody just based on what they said 8 years ago. So he was an ever Trumper in 2016. Well, I was probably too. So, I'm not really going to judge him too harshly for that. People change, and we shouldn't, come down on people for that. For me, it's more of like, I think that politics is just a big game anyway, and that the CIA, 3-letter agencies are the ones that really are pulling the strings, that are puppet masters behind the scenes. And so the people that I feel like might be aligned with them are the ones that I'm a little bit questionable about.
And I just want to add that my mom, I was just talking to her before this stream, and she definitely was voting Biden, but now she's kind of on the fence. But she thinks that Vance should be president and Trump should be vice president because he's hot.
No, but listen, by the way, the reason that her mom's saying this is because she has not quite yet heard the hit pieces on NBC, ABC, and your worldly nightly news
and
at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, she's 89 years old, so she only watches like the daily news and only sees that and thinks Trump is so crooked and awful and terrible.
Yeah. But as soon as she sees that, listen, and we actually, Sherry and I do experiments with this, right? So we'll do experiments and we'll see something happen or whatever. I'm like, hey, Sherry, call your mom. I want you to ask her just a very general, basic question about this person or this, because I know how especially the older people, I know what they're locked into. The older crowd is still locked into mainstream media. They watch their nightly news, they watch that 6 o'clock news, and they are like, they're going to church. That's the word of God at 6 o'clock. And so you always know what the mainstream narrative is pushing, because all you got to do is call someone that's probably 60, 65 plus, and you're going to know what the narrative is of what mainstream media is pushing. The good thing about that is that we have a lot of younger people, and especially I would not say younger people, but I would especially say people from probably 27 to, I don't know, 45 or 50. But below 27, you know, that's where shit gets a little weird. But we still do have a portion of people under 27 or 25 that see through the bullshit. But but we have to understand, we got to get, I mean, I know this sounds crazy. I think we got to get kids out of college. I mean,
yeah, trade schools, honestly, right?
Yeah, really, trade schools.
Or if you go to
go ahead.
If you go to college, make sure you're studying a hard science. Not a lot of liberalism in your physics classes or your calculus classes, your differential equation classes,
get into electrical engineering,
advanced economics. Yeah, there's no room for them. Yeah,
but I think though that really ultimately, college is just the final, the final portion of the rotting process. I think that the rotting of children's brains starts in kindergarten, and in some cases, in many cases, elementary school. The way that our children are groomed to trust authority, the way that they're taught to regurgitate information unquestioningly, like from the beginning, is, I think, the kind of the root of the problem here, because they're enveloping these children's minds into a paradigm that is false. And I say it's false because it is not based on the totality of all the information that we have or have access to. So inherently, if you don't have all the facts, then your model is not going to hold up. I think that college is, like I said, it's like the final step in the rotting process. If we actually were to educate our children the way that we could, like the way that JFK was talking about in the 60s,
Yeah.
But if we actually really educated our children from kindergarten all the way up to high school, they wouldn't need college.
That is very true.
Yeah, if I could add on there, there's one of the people I follow on Twitter, Mary Tiles Texas. She promotes a lot of this idea of going back to trade schools, because I think that's what she did when she's one of those like hot women that does like construction work kind of thing. But I just love her message that she's promoting related to that. It's like, you don't need to go get a liberal arts school. Like, get a skill that you can then take advantage of, and then you can make money and do that. And then real quick on the JD Vance thing, I just want to go back to for just a second, because I noticed something really interesting. First of all, people in the chat, it is well known that he supports Israel. There were some videos that were going around that were a little bit older that, whatever. And I don't personally have a hardline stance on that, other than I don't think we should be sending our money overseas to fight in other people's wars. But that, I think, is definitely, you can see, especially in the conservative realm, like that there's a dividing line with what you're either on the Israel support side or you're like more on the Palestine side. And I guess people are also afraid that he's going to be against the war in Ukraine, which if he is, then thank you, because we shouldn't be in that war at all. But the thing I found was really interesting, I looked into his business history a little bit here. And between 2016 and 2017, he served as a principal at Peter Thiel's firm, Mithril Capital. Now, Peter Thiel is pretty well known to be connected to the CIA. So I'm going to go ahead and say, like, where did this guy's money come from? How much do you want to bet it came from that setup that he got? And if that's the case, then he was basically set. I think he's being set up to be like, if not the next president, somebody that will have like a political career. Because he's a young guy. He's like 39, So he's got 20, 30 years left of politics in him. So that, I would just say, be cautious, guys. That's all.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Peter Thiel thing, because that is a big deal. And look, at the RNC recently, did you guys see that clip where that guy came out on stage and said, "Who here supports Israel?" And then everybody like lost their minds and woo.
Yeah.
Look, like, imagine if he would have come out on stage and said, "Who here supports China?" You see what I'm saying? Like that's kind of how I look at it, where it's like, look, you are talking about supporting another country in our country. You should have come out and said, "Who here wants to make America great? Who here is in support of the American way?" Then I would be like, fuck yeah. But if you're coming out and saying, who here has loyalty to another nation? Yeah.
That is a
It's
good
like,
point.
come
It's
on,
weird, right?
dude.
Yeah. Or these people that have like, you see a lot of it with the politicians where they're like doing rallies in front of like other people's flags. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell? This is one thing where I
Or-
really agree with Nick Fuentes on. I don't agree with him on a lot of his stuff, but the slogan "America First," like it's just it's a
Mhm.
simple
sure.
slogan. Like
Yeah,
we
it
should be
is.
taking care of our own people before we're
Right.
sending money to anybody else on this planet. You know?
You know
Well,
what's
and
weird,
that's
you know
why
what's
I
weird to
think
me
that
about Nicholas
it's.
Fuentes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. The thing that's weird to me about Nick Fuentes is how avid that he is against Israel, but yet he's not that avid against Ukraine, right? And it's like that's strange because if you think about it, the amount of money we have sent Ukraine in comparison to Israel
Israel.
during this
Yeah.
time is not even a comparison.
Well, so is
And-
Ian Carroll though too, right? It's kind of same.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Mhm.
Ian Carroll is similar as well.
Yep.
And you know, I guess my point is
Oh,
like
I love her. She is. Sorry, Chad.
Alina Hobby. Yeah,
she is a great
Oh,
speaker.
I love her too. Yeah, she's great.
Let's listen to her for a second.
Yeah, let's listen to her real quick.
His kindness and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic,
Don't say that.
a proud first-generation Arab American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker. He's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses.
Guys, tell me if you want this kind of
Yeah, we can suppress. I just want to see for a minute.
She's not that.
Was yet to.
Sorry, it's kind of hard to hear you there. Anyone
Yeah.
else? Sounded a little distorted for a second. I just looked her up. I actually didn't know who she was, but she is like one of the managing people of Trump's super PAC.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like one of the main girls. She's awesome though.
I like how Trump rises up a lot of women and it doesn't get a lot of attention in general.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because they're generally pretty good looking and like this upsets liberal people who are like pretty ugly.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
they're
I've seen
also-
a bunch of her. She was out giving like press conferences during them going after him in court and shit. I think she was even his attorney for a while.
She was, yeah.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, he does tend to elevate a lot of women. They're also all highly intelligent, and they're discounted by how they look.
Yeah, because they are
100%.
gorgeous. Most of them are gorgeous.
Because they're gorgeous. Yeah.
This reminds me of when I started the company that I worked at right out of college. And there was like this rumor that like there was this selection process because it was like a lot of very attractive, intelligent young women that at this IT company that I worked at.
Okay, Andrew Tate.
But you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Whoa!
I was going to ask when
he
you
follows me,
transitioned.
by the way. He only follows like 800 people, and I'm
that's
one of the
awesome.
people.
That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because it's like the stuff that I'm talking about is like I feel like way outside of
the
his
stuff you're
wheelhouse.
talking about has nothing to do with pimping women or abusing them or anything.
No,
So,
it's like
you know,
like the literal opposite of the whole world. The only connection is like maybe this idea of the universe being a matrix or the government being corrupt, which I don't agree with. But that was the most random follow I've got, other than General Flynn. But
well, Ashton, look, it doesn't take. I guess nowadays it takes a pretty intelligent person to believe that the government is corrupt and the universe is a matrix. But I mean, like, I guess that is just a sign of the times that we're in. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why I'm glad I met you, Jake, because I think you're one of the people that you can rationalize that, but at the same time, you can still see the framework of, you know, let's say, I don't like to use the word the battlefield, but the playing field for like how it really is. You know, a lot of people, I think on both sides, can't see past the illusion of a lot of this, you know, and that's where I think people have to start waking up in the future, you know, and I still think that Trump's probably going to be the best choice that we have that's out there, but it doesn't mean he's going to be perfect. I am really eager about if he'll do something like he did with Space Force. I think that looking back with Space Force, people are going to go, oh, like 20 years down the road, people go, oh, this is why he did Space Force. And honestly, the thing that you mentioned about the Salvatore Pais patents, I really want to know if he had some say in getting those patents released. I mean, the Navy had to step in and get those patents released. Those are the kinds of things that we need to have happen if we want to move to the world that I think we deserve to live in.
I agree. And I think what's kind of weird about all that is that, dude, the Navy supposedly, in all my research, everything that I've looked into, everything I've done. Now, has the Navy done some fucked up shit? Yeah. Like, you know, what is that? Philadelphia experiment, you know, have they been experimenting in that realm for a while? Yes. Have they likely perfected some of this shit? Yes. I have heard that the Navy and NSA are kind of like allies when it comes to protecting America in all of this. And like the Army and the Air Force are kind of on that Nazi side, because Air Force is actually created by the Nazis. And NASA, Nazis, you know, like CIA, Nazis, you know, and like this New World Order is actually born out of this notion of the Third Reich or the Fourth Reich. And like fascism and socialism are like this, you know, so the New World Order is a fascist socialist dictatorship run by unelected bureaucrats and international conglomerates of sorts. And I think that, did you guys see that thing about Trump being the end of according to Yuval Harari, Trump getting in would destroy the global order that they've created? Have you seen that clip?
I mean,
I believe it.
I think
the clip to believe it
so much. I think that's why 100% they hate him. I don't think it's Democrats hate Trump so much. I think that's what most people don't realize. I think it's the military-industrial complex which, by the way, is heavily powered by the global order, the World Economic Forum, but the New World Order push for, you look at, you know, someone said in here earlier that Leeds is burning, and it is, and much of Europe is burning. Ireland is the same way. You know, all these places very similar to us. And if you have someone like Trump that comes in and tries to put people and appoint people, if Trump appoints the right people this time, right? If he appoints the right people, it is a death blow to the world order, right? And So he did not do a great job at appointing the right people the first go around. We'll see what happens with this, but I don't know. And I'm still confused by Project 2025. We did a podcast on it. We know what it is.
But has nothing to do with Trump. Trump's is Agenda 47.
Yeah,
And in
yeah.
all honesty, if he's really trying to hire the right people, look, I don't mean to be a dick, and I'm just being honest here because I don't just kiss anybody's ass. Hiring JD Vance to be the vice president, I don't know if that was the right first move there. I don't know. Maybe he knows something I don't know. But I'm sure he knows a lot that I don't know. But there's still like this thing where I'm looking at that going, so a lawyer, an Ivy League lawyer who was started out as a never Trumper and has connections to globalist Peter Thiel.
Who would you?
I don't know, but that doesn't sound like a very good idea.
Who would you pick if you out of all the choices that were available?
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't have picked anybody that the Mockingbirds and the media propped up.
So me, you're saying basically.
Fucking A, yeah, I would do that a better job. I do honestly believe that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have like a totally distorted view of this. But the thing is that when I made that list about the qualifications for vice president, and for president for that matter, I was serious because I wrote all that stuff in there because those were all the boxes that I was able to check. And I was looking at myself and I'm looking at people like Vivek Ramaswamy or Chris Krispy Kreme or Ron DeFascist or Nikki Haley or anybody else. And I'm just like, these are the people, these are your like leaders. You don't have these people like the president is largely compartmentalized, you guys. And that's by design because then that means the bureaucrats and the contractors that control DC can hire the right advisors, quote unquote, so that the president stays compartmentalized and business as usual keeps going. Because the president is only as good as the advisors that they have giving them advice on what to do. And if you have knowledge on all these subjects and you're not compartmentalized, then you can actually be the one that steers the boat, not the bureaucrats.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Dave, well, who would you pick? But what I should have asked, I guess, is who would you have picked out of his short list? You guys.
Yeah, the short list.
Like who would be the least likely to screw it up?
Vance.
You would have picked JD Vance. Who would you pick?
I don't think JD Vance was the pick until Trump got shot.
Yeah.
I think when Trump got shot, JD Vance became the pick. Because here's the thing. We want someone who doesn't have intel connections. That's no one in politics today.
Yeah.
No intel community is wholly behind anything, right?
Yeah.
It's all flavors, picks, sides, choices, secret little battles. What you have to do, that's the thing. These guys play games of being kings, and they're the little daggers floating around in between. So I think his original pick was going to be RFK. I think that's who he was going to pick until he got shot. I think that's why RFK ended up releasing that footage. I think it was a last little screw you and a jab at him. Even though it was a friendly thing and nothing bad got out, it's still kind of you know what I mean? And it still gives him some clout to walk away with that he was being considered, right? Because no one would believe him that, I was considered.
Yeah,
but with that call, no one would have.
Are you talking about the call that his son leaked?
Yeah.
Correct. But then he has that call. Like they're obviously talking on the phone. They are obviously on friendly terms. They have had past communications. You can extrapolate all that from the phone call. I think if you look at the rhetoric JD Vance has been putting out, the reason he is unliked, and especially like the military industrial complex aspect, I think that's why Trump went to him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. But how monumental would it have actually been? I mean, listen, I'm sure there's probably conservatives out there that say there's no way in hell I want RFK as a vice president under Trump. But also at the same time, how many how big of an actual death blow would that have been to the left?
Oh, that would have been huge. Honestly, now that you said that to me, that would have been the right choice in my opinion, because that's somebody that like you can't really tie to the intelligence communities because like the intelligence communities like wiped out most of his family. So but I mean, if I'm being like more on the pragmatic side, there isn't really. First of all, I agree. There's not a right answer because I think that, like both these guys said, there's everybody's tied to intelligence communities. But I made a post about this. I had expected them to pick Marco Rubio because Marco Rubio is definitely tied to the intelligence communities and probably knows about some of the technology, which is always the lens I look through everything at. I mean, he's on the Senate Intelligence Committee, which people need to like start realizing like those are the people that like know this stuff, right? And then when it comes to technology of like this whole New World Order, WEF, and all this stuff, I mean, you got to realize like it's not just the United States on a pedestal by ourselves. Like we've got all our allied countries as well that, you know, we're all working with behind the scenes, and potentially we have this technology that's very advanced, and like the countries that are in the know, like maybe the Five Eyes or what have you, which are like the five most powerful allies, like they know about some of this stuff. And it becomes an issue of like, how do you keep it compartmentalized? Well, you want to have control and selection process over who you're putting into these elected positions. And then when Trump comes in, he's kind of a wild card. Like they don't know what he's going to do. I personally think they sat down with him in 2016, had the talk with him. Like, can you imagine the conversation where you come in to the presidency and you just think that like, I mean, even if somebody who's in the know, you know about the swamp, right? But then they come sit you down, they're like, so we have warp drives. We can teleport airplanes. And you're like, a what? You're like, yes. And you have to keep this quiet because if you tell the world about free energy, then everything's going to melt down and there's going to be wars and, you know, people are going to riot in the streets. It's like,
well, and they'll kill you.
And we'll just kill you. Right. Exactly. And if you could say anything, we'll kill you. And then you're like, it kind of explains the way these presidents come out. And then when they do these interviews and they get asked stuff about UFOs and aliens, all of a sudden the real standoff, like Trump's interviews with his son, where he's like talking about Roswell and Area 51. I think that's very interesting. Very interesting. Like, it's just like, wait, what is he not saying here? This is so weird, you know? And it feels like he had that conversation. And now I think they've kind of given him the blessing where it's like, you can come in again. But I'm not necessarily one who thinks, I don't necessarily think the deep state was trying to assassinate him. Personally, my opinion on the whole assassination thing is that this kid got brainwashed by social media to think that like Trump is going to bring about like the Third Reich or something, right? And then he's got to be the one to stop him and stuff like that. It's getting scary, like the vilification in the media. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, and I see it a little different with the Thomas Matthew Crooks. I think that it's more to me than he was brainwashed by social media. I feel like this is a, you know, it's just, I mean, at the very least, you know, who coerced him to doing this? Was there any involvement in coercion? And if that was the case, right, if he was the perfect patsy, if he was the perfect person to put in place in this position, then you ensure that the day goes according to plan to him. And it seemed like, at the very least, regardless of where he came from, who he was involved with, his day could not have went any better for a shooter of a presidential nominee, right? And so, or a presidential candidate and a former president. I mean, you look at the JFK situation, that's more believable. Like, even though we know pretty much that the CIA killed JFK. I mean, there's been more evidence and more evidence has come out about this, but even that looks more like less believable than this, right? I mean, there's nothing I even know that compares to how blatant,
it's blatant, right?
This
in your
was,
face.
and it's like, was it almost intentional to where they wanted it to look blatant, to where it's like, fuck you, MAGA, and the people that love Trump and the people that love this, here's your fucking warning.
Because most of them, they put everything right in front of our faces. It is right there, and it's so blatant, it's almost hard to believe it, but it's in front of your face.
Yeah. And real quick, there's three things about it that do bug me, and I'm not like all in on some of the conspiracy theories that are out there, but the Secret Service, like, just somehow not like seeing this while people are literally yelling that there's a guy on the roof with a gun. That's number one. Number two, that the director of the Secret Service hasn't resigned yet. Former president was almost killed, and she hasn't resigned. Like, anybody that has any honor should have resigned like the very same day. And then the third thing is, why is this kid showing up in a BlackRock video? Out of all the things, like, what?
Well,
so those are things that give me pause. Anyway.
And then the idea, if BlackRock really did it, like short Trump's fucking Truth Social and shit, like I mean, what? How more obvious can you get? Have you guys ever seen the movie Midway?
No.
Well, there's this great part in Midway, because what happened with Midway was like, if we have an intelligence failure with Pearl Harbor, which that they knew about that. It wasn't an intelligence failure. They just chose not to act on the intelligence that they got intentionally. But if Pearl Harbor was an intelligence failure, then Midway was a massive success. And basically what it was the United States Navy was like going through all of the encrypted Japanese code. And they made out about 40% at the most of what they got, and because they hadn't fully cracked the encryption as far as I know, or they were only able to get it in bits and pieces, but they ended up being able to figure out what the day, the time, and the location were where the Japanese were going to have their full frontal assault in the Pacific. And they were able to do that with 40% of the information. But the guy that was like the intelligence officer in charge of all this, at least in the movie, he was like unconventional. He was wearing like a robe over his uniform, walking around in slippers and stuff, like, drinking his coffee, not wearing his cover, like not professional as far as military goes. But he was like dead on when it came to intelligence, and he had like a great track record. And so the officer, the general was like, or the admiral was like, bro, okay, bro, you need to tell me why you think that you got something here, because looking at you, I'm not impressed. And the guy said, number one, if you imagine you have a wedding on an island, right? And you're trying to figure out and you weren't invited to the wedding, but you're trying to figure out what day and time and all that stuff the wedding is at. Then you go to the florist, you go to the baker, you go to the tailor, you go to all these different areas that are affected by the wedding, right? And you see how large their orders are and what day these orders are going out and all this other stuff. And you can kind of put together and see the bigger picture by putting together all of this stuff that's kind of behind the scenes and read between the lines. And I think if we look at the Trump assassination attempt and we see all these markers of Secret Service involvement, FBI is cleaning up the mess. Entirely possible CIA was involved either with the procuring of the shooter or MK Ultra. Yeah. You've got the media doing the cover up. You've got like all of these same elements, possibility of multiple shooters, broad daylight, live television. All of the things have the same hallmarks as what happened to JFK. I think it's a way of trying to send a message to people in DC of, don't screw with our money.
I agree. And I'm wondering right here, we're about to listen and see if Tucker is going to talk about what you just said. Hold on.
He predicted this assassinated.
How amazed he was and how proud he was.
So let's see if Tucker calls this out like Jake did.
And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years? Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No.
Talking about Reagan?
This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do. or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough.
100%.
God
I
bless
agree
you.
with that.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
I like Tucker.
That was Tucker
I mean,
Carlson. You may remember him from the 8 o'clock hour
Hold on,
here.
guys. Let me turn this down.
Tucker Carlson's rise
Get
is
off of
pretty
Jesse.
incredible,
You
right?
don't need to see that guy.
Yeah.
I love Tucker. What if Tucker was the vice president choice?
People are saying like, oh, he should be the press whatever. I'm like, do you guys
Secretary?
know how much money Tucker Carlson makes per year? He's not gonna be a press secretary. Like,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But what if he
he's
was
a
vice
little
president?
too above that level.
Well, I mean, if he had a civic sense of duty, he might.
That's honestly, Jake, you're on it. Like, that's the one argument I think people can make. Like, if Tucker's like, I don't care about the money and I can do my X stuff and I can still be press secretary, but it's not. I just don't think it's very realistic. But yeah, it would be awesome if he did that. I'd be very impressed.
Well, dude, this is, I think, part of the problem that we're dealing with is we're not putting the right people in the right places, and sometimes we're putting the wrong people in the wrong places. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, let's listen. What do you guys think though? Trump gets in, right? And or does Trump not get in? Because listen, we just saw an assassination attempt, which, in my opinion, I'll just say my opinion, I think it was set up. I think it was a conglomerate thing. Let's say Trump does get in, but let's stop before we go there. Does Trump get in? Does Trump survive until November?
Yes. I think at this point, the deep state is coming to realize that fighting this may end up being fatal for the global New World Order, and that they might just be better off absolutely like letting Trump in and then using all of their effort to destroy a Trump presidency so that people are so fucking miserable that they don't want another 4 years of anything like going through all that shit that the globalists put everybody through because Trump was in office. And then they will try again in 2028. That is like the only other thing that I'm thinking of, but I'm also wondering, like, are we talking about people that would rather burn the world down and rule over the ashes? And in many ways, yes, we are. So it's kind of an up in the air type of thing. This is why I think that Ashton and my passion for this 0 point energy stuff is so important, because that is like a third route that nobody's acknowledging even exists, that will allow everybody to survive without war, without famine, like without all this chaos. And it's something that everybody within the group of like the people can agree upon. The only people that can't agree on it are the people that are in controlling DC, the Vatican, London Palace, the World Economic Forum, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group. They're the ones that can't agree that this is the route we need to go. And I'm hoping, given what Ashton was saying, and I'm sorry if I'm going a little long. If JD Vance does have technology connections, like, Silicon Valley and stuff like that, that can be a red flag, or it can actually maybe be a shoe in the door, all depending on how we look at it. And is it possible that this whole thing about like the deep state and the military industrial complex and all that what if the tech that was in there, and if there was a group of individuals that was large enough and growing larger within the deep state that wants this technology to get out and wants humanity to grow, but because of non-disclosure agreements, top secret clearances, etc., they aren't able to actually fight this overtly, right? So then they kind of do something to make the leak a little bit bigger, and so we start to realize what exactly is going on, and then we push that for them. What would it look like if the people that are on the inside were trying to meet us on the outside near the top?
Yeah.
Would it be like somebody like JD Vance getting in there after Trump to create some sort of a stable transition from one to another? I don't know. Would people like myself and Ashton be given a bigger microphone? Probably, yeah. If those things don't happen, then I think we might have our answer within the next 4 years of where exactly we're going, whether it's Trump in office or not.
Well, and the thing, my only question to that, or even the 0 point energy deal and all that, right? So you look back on Nikola Tesla, you look back on a lot of that stuff. How far does something like that get mainstream? Because let me give you a good example of this. Actually, this is very kind of minuscule if you think about 0 point energy and what you're actually referring to, right? I mean, it's huge, right? It changes civilization if everyone, or at least 50% of the people, have that. But we do have to understand that, like, for example, YouTube, which is a massively owned conglomerate corporation by Google, ABC Corporation, you name it, I think it was about 6 years ago, they started to shadow ban a lot of survivalist YouTube channels, right? And these are just YouTube channels that are going out there in the woods. They're just showing you how to survive. They're doing bushcraft. They're doing all this backcountry shit. And they're telling people, hey, guys, if you want to be able to survive without the government, or you want to be able to survive without having to use power or to evade or whatever the case is, we want to show you this. And so what did YouTube start doing? Well, they started shadow banning these channels, and they started shadow banning them because YouTube saw that there was such a massive influence by these people. We're talking about millions of views over the course of, I don't know, say 500 creators, millions and millions and millions of views. And I think somewhere along the lines, the government came in and said, "Oh no, we YouTube, you got to stop this shit, dude. Because if this starts going too deep, if people actually start thinking that they can live without us, like that they can survive without us, are you fucking kidding me? No, we got to stop this. We got to put a halt to this. And this is just bushcraft and backwoods survival. Right. So think about even the concept of 0 point energy is something that you're going to be able to kind of go off grid, or when I say off grid, but not depend on the infrastructure that the government says you have to depend on. Where's the fight going to be there, and how do you win that fight? I mean, that's the big question. Is it winnable, right?
Yeah, if I can jump in on that. Because like I think, I know beyond any doubt at this point, 0 point energy is real. I think that we've been so brainwashed on both sides of the political aisle, just from the textbooks of the United States and this repetition from these science influencers, that can't break the first and second laws of thermodynamics. 0 point energy can't be possible. That like really a lot of people, it's almost like a taboo subject to even talk about. And people don't look into the scientific papers and patents that are out there. There are many free energy devices that are patented. The amount of papers on 0 point energy is beyond what I would have ever expected. If you want to get started with it, I would just start with Hal Puthoff's work. There was a link that I posted on Twitter like a week ago that basically breaks down 0 point energy and the history of it and the scientists that have been researching it over the last 20, 30 years. To me, it's just at this point undeniable that it's possible. And I think it's possible from many different perspectives as well. I think that maybe even cold fusion has been getting stymied because cold fusion will prove also that 0 point energy is real and is possible. And yes, it will potentially break us free from the chains of government. Although I have a slightly different take. I think there's many reasons why they hide this stuff. But for me, the bigger one related to 0 point energy is that it allows people to get essentially unlimited energy, and with that, unlimited destructive power. And I think that that's really the thing that they're afraid of. Of course, though, the power structures that they want to keep those in place. But then with respect to Trump, like I personally think that Trump is definitely going to win. I mean, I think the assassination attempt pushed him up over the top. The question for me is, are there going to be other people that are going to come and try to take him out because they've either been emboldened by all of this, or that, you see so much violent rhetoric. It scares me a little bit on that side. But, now we're talking about Biden stepping down, which we haven't really talked about yet tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up.
But I think the Democrats see the writing on the walls, and they're like, we have to just throw this one out. We have like no chance at this point. I mean, it's just, there's nobody, like we talked about this last time with Dave, like they don't have anybody on the bench. Like there's no sixth man to put in, like everybody is worse than Biden somehow. Yeah. So they're just in trouble.
Which, if you think about it, that's freaking hilarious.
It's crazy.
Everybody's worse than Biden somehow.
This is one of those things where, like, I keep thinking about this. Like, Republicans right now, it reminds me of like the late 1990s and 2000s being a Laker fan, where it's like you're living in the golden era right now, where the Democrats have nobody, and it's like it's just the Republicans' race to lose. And just to link it back to what we were talking about before, where people, what was that woman's name that people were hating on? That's like the former
Amber Rose.
Amber Rose. Yeah. It was Matt Walsh that was like the prominent figure that came out and said she's pro-abortion or whatever. And it's like, damn, man, Republicans, are you really just going to shoot yourself in the foot right now? Like, you were given this gift politically, right? Yeah. Where like all these people are turning to your side. Trump support couldn't be higher amongst minorities and stuff like that, as high as it's ever been. And now you're going to start pushing people away and start doing purity tests with people. Like, man, you're making the same error that Democrats were making, 8 years ago or whatever.
Man, there's still stupid ass people out there. I mean, I got to say. By the way, guys, I think I was gonna. Hey, Dave, I was gonna ask you, what do you think about a truck tent, right, with a platform? Have you saw the truck tent platform? No, we're definitely doing it. Sorry, I know it's very off topic. Yeah, so like you put a base on the back of your truck bed, and then you have the platform.
Oh yeah. No, I have a friend who has one. Yeah.
Like off.
Yeah, he has it on his SUV though. He's got it on his Toyota.
Yeah, we're gonna put it on the truck. Anyways,
but getting back to talking about what's going on, there are reports that some guy Harperian on Newsmax is saying that he has several people telling him, several sources, that Biden will drop out by the end of the weekend.
He's going to,
and he will not endorse Kamala,
which is weird. Like, what does that even mean? By the way, why are they saying we're not going to endorse Kamala? What does that mean, guys?
She's super unpopular. I think she's somehow less popular.
What would a Biden endorsement do for Kamala Harris? It'd probably make her go down in the polls. You know what I'm saying?
But like, look at these options, man. Like, and I want to hear Dave's opinion on this, because it's like, okay, you've got Kamala Harris, which is just like everybody on the right absolutely hates her. She doesn't win any points with moderates at all. But then who are your other options? Gretchen Whitmer, who like was one of the most biggest COVID tyrants, who basically like faked her own kidnapping with an entrapment thing with the FBI. And then your other option is Gavin Newsom, who was caught at the French Laundry during COVID, where anyone who lived in California knows he was like one of the worst hypocrites on COVID out there. Kids were going to private school. He was like palling around at restaurants. We had them all closed down. He closed down beaches and dog parks. Like, I mean, it was Adam Carolla just like crapped on him about arresting some guy who was wakeboarding out in the ocean. Like, they have nothing. They have nobody. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just saying too, Newsom, when the president from China came, he tried to clean up all the streets for the president of China, but he doesn't care about Americans.
Of course they don't. But that's the problem. There are so many effing politicians right now that do not give a shit about America. They care about other countries. And so listen, to that basis, I 100% believe that, yes, America first, all day, every day. But man, look, I mean, it's just, it still goes back, right? Especially if you're at all whatsoever, like if you've ever read the Bible and kind of get to like the one world government scenarios, I think we're very close to that. And I think if you look at the way the world is just basically being set on fire around the world, and you got to ask yourself, like, why is the world being set on fire simultaneously? Is this a coincidence as well? Like, it was the assassination attempt a coincidence? Was the fact that now Biden is dropping out because we're like, fuck, we missed.
And he's got COVID.
All right, Biden, you got to go, dude.
But
Sorry.
what about Obama? What about Obama and Clinton's? Like, do you not think they'll try to step up?
Nah, but look, if you run Gavin Newsom, how does that, like, how would you even come to the American people and say, hey, we got Gavin Newsom here, guys, check him out?
Oh, but he thinks he won a debate, so I don't know.
He's an idiot.
I mean, I'm going to clip that interview that we had, Chad, a few months ago, where I said that it would be Gavin Newsom, because he went on that tour, that like countrywide tour. Dude's governor of California going on a countrywide tour. He couldn't telegraph it anymore exactly what he was planning, you know? And if he doesn't get it, like, I'm going to pat myself on the back and the other people that voted to recall Gavin Newsom in California, because that was our goal. Like, we knew we were not going to recall him in a hard blue state, you know, but just having the vote happen and showing people the hypocrisy and having enough people to get, I think we got 1.5 million signatures to recall, almost 2 million signatures to recall Gavin Newsom, which is what was required. That's impressive. Like, that prevented potentially his presidency, which bravo to my California. I'm ex-Californian, so bravo to my friends.
Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, no. I was going to say, I think the telling of what's the left is going to do with the Democratic is they're waiting to see the mental state of Trump. It's something that I think everyone's been neglecting. They don't know where his psychology or where he is. His facial is hard. I'm sure they have think tanks watching this very closely. And they need to figure out where he is, because the thing is, they took a shot. And when you take a shot at the king, you don't miss. They missed. This guy has a ravenous following. It's only gotten more. He bring in a never-Trumper. That's going to unite the Republican Party in a huge way. It's going to let all those people who were never Trumpers come in out of the cold, right? You're moving that force. And with that heroic pose, with the fight, fist, the machismo that he put forth, that of a leader, right? We have the actual sitting president who gets sick and can't do anything. We have a guy that gets shot in the ear and is out the next day, that night. They have to figure out what they're dealing with. And I don't think they know yet. I think they're waiting on tonight. That's why they're not backing Kamala. They're not doing anything. They know they can't have Trump. I think they're nervous. I think their think tanks are tearing apart. Every line of everything that's being said tonight is being torn apart. Their operatives, the little snakes there, are trying to collect data. They want to see where he is. Depending on where he is what they're going to have to do. Do they just ignore it, let him roll, and try and contain him in the courts again? Or do they go for the full push and try and bump him out of the way? And I think these words that he's going to speak tonight are pivotal because they determine how many more assassination attempts are coming down the pipeline, how they're going to have to deal with him. Because if he comes out tonight, like they tried to kill me in front of my son, this will not stand. You cannot let him election.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question. Yeah. I have a question. It's of utmost importance right now. Who is that woman that's on the screen?
The old guy? No. I don't know what he identifies as, but I'm sure we can find out.
No, not Laura. That's Laura Trump. I'm talking about the other chick because I've seen her like a couple times on.
Was it the
RNC, and I'm like, damn, who is that?
Man's thirsty.
Yeah, her right there.
Oh,
Who's
that's
that?
That's his granddaughter. That's Trump's granddaughter.
Granddaughter?
Yes.
Yeah, she's been getting a lot of attention the last 24 hours.
She had a speech.
Beautiful.
Yeah, what's her name again? Yeah, she's beautiful. Kai Trump. Kai.
Yeah, she had a beautiful.
Careful,
speech.
she's 17, Jake. You don't get me too here, canceled, my dude.
Well, no, but she.
Dude,
I didn't know how old she was.
I love women enough to respect them. I mean,
there we go. Good recovery.
What I
Good
said
recovery.
was a little bit, mannish there, kind of like amongst the guys. Like who's that? But I am a gentleman.
Listen, I mean, look, Trump's family is all good-looking people. I mean, they really are, and I think that's another reason he's hated.
But you can tell that she is his granddaughter or Don Jr.'s
Don
daughter
Jr.
by
for sure.
Nothing like Trump. That's kind of what I like about her.
You can tell in the mouth. She has Don Jr.'s mouth for sure.
Now, I will tell you who's going to be a political force probably maybe one day is Barron. I mean, he's a tall, very well. I mean, he's so.
And listen, 1/3 of us, and by then, probably half of the country is going to be autistic, anyways. By then,
or 75% actually, more than likely. Yeah. So, do you guys? And back to Dave's point briefly. If I was Trump, right? I mean, I know everyone's like, it's almost like the media is trying to pressure Trump to get out on stage and say, let's unite, right? Mm-hmm. They want Trump, the guy that almost got shot, which he did get shot, but they want the guy that almost just got murdered, more than likely by some kind of weird attempt and setup from somewhere. They want this dude. The media is pushing Trump to go out there and say, we got to unite, guys. We got to be friends. We got to be friends because we can be friends. And listen, let me tell you, if that was me that just got shot, you don't want me on this fucking stage at RNC tonight. You don't want me on this stage because, and I'm going to probably go to a basement like Joe Biden did when he didn't need to go to a basement. But I probably would go to a basement after my speech tonight because I'm going to make sure that I ain't getting killed over the next week. I just think that I understand the call to unite, but there was something that Steven Crowder said the other day, and I think it's very true. At what point are conservatives, people on the right, people that are center right, that realize they're losing their country, they realize what's really happening right now? At what point is it not okay for you to say or do or stand up for your country? But yet the left always has these free passes 24/7. I mean, we're literally seeing it with Destiny right now. Destiny can say whatever the hell he wants, and he can be demonetized. But let someone on the right say the shit that he does, and he's going to be put in prison. He's going to be tried. He's going to be prosecuted. He's going to be arrested for inciting violence, or something's going to happen. And the reality is, I think the biggest problem with the right and the conservatives are there's a lot of pussies that are afraid to stand up in a lot of ways. Although also at the same time, the right has some of the most badass mofos on the planet And so it is kind of like the silent majority, but it's like everyone is self-censoring and they're like, damn it, I'm just going to not do it because I'm not allowed to say it. But when the time comes, if that ever happens, it's not going to be good. And I just want people to fully understand that. And I just...
But I think he also does that. He is a jerk off because he wants to make money. That's all it's all about.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to do that.
He was on a space the other day where he was admitting that basically he ramps up his rhetoric for attention, and then he said that he like will do like respectful debates with people, though I don't really think so. Like, just keep in mind, guys, I used to play StarCraft against this kid. Like, well, he's
oh my gosh,
now,
did you?
20 years ago? Yeah.
Wow.
He was always a Zerg player, and he was just as bad then, if not worse. He was one of those kids, and this was before voice comms, guys. But he's one of those players when you're playing against them, they're in all chat nonstop, talking shit, calling you an F-bomb, calling you N-bomb, all this, whatever they needed to do, right? And then all the like one of the worst sports ever would always rage quit, whatever. But the person he's become now, because he was one of the first people that was into streaming, that's how he got really popular, And the thing about him now, like, there's two sides of this. One side, which is like, I'm not generally for cancel culture when it's like what libs of TikTok is doing right now, like getting people who are like minimum wage workers at Home Depot fired because they made an off-color comment about, Trump's assassination. To me, that's not the right kind of canceling. If you are going to cancel people,
they would do the same thing, though.
Yeah, they would.
I think they would. I think they would do the same thing. But this is the chance to rise above, right? Like and you have a great point. Like the pendulum is swinging back. And the people that were canceling people before, like people canceling Gina Carano for arguing how COVID restrictions were similar to Nazi Germany. That's insane that she got canceled for that. And I don't think anybody who was supportive of that has any right to complain about people getting canceled over Trump assassination stuff. At the same time, this is an opportunity for people on the right to rise above it, right? This is the moment where you say, we're not going to be like that. It's easy to be vindictive and jump into that. Now, with people like Destiny, I think there's an exception. The guy's already probably a millionaire, and he's just a piece of shit.
Yeah,
he is just constantly doubling down on it. They dug through all his social media stuff. He's calling for the death of people. He is hitting on 10-year-old girls when they were 10 years old and wants to see their pictures. He's a degenerate.
No, he defends
in every
pedophilia. He defends pedophilia.
He defended pedophilia as well, but there was actually some messages that people found, and some of this stuff might be slightly out of context, but I don't know how you put it in good context. Like some girl saying like, someone said, were you cute when you were under 16? And the girl goes something about, yeah, I was super hot. And do you have pictures? How old were you? She said she was 10 years old. And he says something about bending her over like her Tyke trucks or something. You're like, what the hell? I mean, to some degree, it's like, to your point, he at least should be getting canceled from YouTube, because people on the right have been getting canceled from YouTube for so much less than that.
On YouTube? That's
he's pro pedophilia. Of course, he's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't cancel pro pedophilia people on any social media platform,
especially
medical misinformation, and then you get immediately canceled. But if you're a pedophile cuckold that calls for the death of people, then that's totally fine. Apparently.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, dude. That takes some serious stupidity or like sickness to do. I don't understand how anybody can do that. I right now am just like, oh shit, because I saw this fucking comment that said that that Trump's granddaughter's 17. And I'm like, oh shit, oh no, I didn't mean it like that way. I'm just saying she's beautiful, But now you got this guy talking to like 10-year-olds, and this guy's still on the internet. I don't understand like the mental process. Like when I turned 18, I said to myself, I don't care how beautiful she is at 17, it's a no-go. From now on, I only date women that are above the age of 18. Like that's how it is. There's got to be something wrong with these people's brains. Like I'm curious, like do pedophiles' brains, like are they like the way psychopaths' brains don't work the way that other people's do? That's the only thing I can think of that would excuse these people's behavior.
Well, and I think a lot of the pedophiles, though, they go after like the 10-year-olds and the 9-year-olds. 17-year-olds can look like they're 30 years old. That's the problem.
Right.
you don't know how old they are. And if they're 17, 18, they might look like they're in their 20s or their 30s. But I'm talking about the pedophiles that go after the young children that are not even developed yet. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, listen, unfortunately, we have a system in America that is, I want to say this in the right way, but we have a lot of gay and lesbians listen to our podcast, right? And they're either people that want to know about corruption, conspiracy, whatever the case may be. And the one thing they always write in and say is that, I'm gay or I'm lesbian, but I don't want to be a part of this bullshit LGBTQ plus whatever movement because
by the way, they said that they had a hit on Trump too. Just go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. But the movement itself has become politicized, very much like many other movements have. But the reason they politicize is because they want to push narratives. And part of those narratives are, pedophilia. I mean, I hate to say it, that is involved in some large groups. And very similarly to, and by the way, that doesn't mean that because you're gay or lesbian, you're pedophilia. But it also doesn't mean if you're BLM or you care about black people's lives that you are a terrorist or burning out. Or whatever, a communist or even not even necessarily a Trump supporter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, all these massive organizations and movements have been politicized. And when politics and government gets involved, that's when you see the crazy shit happening. But that's also what really brings out the people that are very strange, very weird.
But I also think that people are starting to wake up from this wokeism. They're starting to see the real shit go on. And they're like, no, I cannot take this anymore. I have been silent. And I felt like if I spoke out, they're going to call me a racist or call me somebody that is, not somebody I need to be called. And I think people are starting to wake up and starting to speak about it and say, we're not going to do this anymore. We don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Do you guys agree?
Yeah, but I think that part of it, they're trying to connect like the NAMBLA people, which are like, what was that from the South Park episode, North American Man Boy Love Association, right?
Real thing.
The pedophiliacs are trying to normalize it by pulling themselves into this umbrella of LGBTQ, and that's the part where I think it's like at some point we got to draw a line here, right? Like,
right.
It's like, and for the record, I totally support anyone sleeping with anybody they want. None of my business. Really don't care. But like Ian Carroll posted, we need to protect children and we need to protect animals. There's no reason for us to be going after children. It's crazy.
Yeah, and not animals either.
Yeah,
innocence. Like I really I personally, as a shamanic practitioner, that's part of the reason why I got into it, was to protect innocent beings from those that would do them harm. And that goes for not just animals and people, but also for the very earth itself. I feel kind of like I very much identified with that whole thing in Game of Thrones about being the shield to the realms of men, being the shield for the realms of men and protecting them. Like I get that. And that's why I think that I worked with kids for 6.5 years, is because it's really meaningful work. It's very, very difficult, but it is meaningful. And that's part of why, like, when it comes to some of these quote unquote public servants, these people in DC or even in our own states, it's like, bro, if you went to an Ivy League school and got a poli-sci degree, okay, yeah, you may know political science, but what have you done for your community? Like, I might be more inclined to vote for somebody if they had worked, with kids for 10.5 years or something like that, as opposed to going to college. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. No, Sherry knows all about kids. That's for sure. As far as she was a teacher for 24 years?
Yep, 24 years. That was my last year. I'm not going back.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss the kids, but I'm not going to miss all the other garbage.
Yeah, because I think as Sherry started seeing that, parents became, they're different now, right? I mean, you have a different set of parents nowadays. And it's not the same parents that you used to have. It is parents that are, a lot of these parents are the ones that went to these colleges we referred to earlier. And then that's just not I wouldn't want to be a teacher today, but teachers are underpaid.
Very hard.
It's the whole nine.
Well, did you see what Elon Musk said about moving out of California because they passed that law about like? So this is so crazy to me because I read it and I thought I was in Bizarro world, because they said that they put a law in place that schools cannot ban. What was it? Ban? I'm trying to make sure I get this right with the double negatives. They cannot. Or they're not allowed to ban like teachers like or kid like basically like kids identifying as a different gender or
Yeah,
something, like telling their parents.
reporting it, reporting that they want to be transgender or going the other way.
Yes. Yeah. And to me, it's like, wow, at some point, I think the fact that we're pushing this on children, like the whole, like, you should change your gender is insane to me. You're not even old enough to drink. You're not old enough to go fight in a war, but we're old enough to have like permanent gender transition surgery. Like, these are people that haven't even figured out like what they really believe in yet at this point, who they are. Right. I mean, to me, that shouldn't be controversial. And that's what I think is a little bit scary, because I'm somebody who really things that people can be and do whatever they want to do from a libertarian standpoint. But, you know, little kids doing it and forcing it, because what you find out is they're getting these views pushed on them either by social media, by their teachers, by the public in general. Right. And this is where if I'm a parent, like I would be terrified of sending my kids to school like that, because I would want them to have values that I think that will get them far in this world. And if they're being influenced by that for most of the day when they're at school, like it's scary to me, in my opinion. And so that's why I see like I think Elon Musk's approach, where he's saying like, this is why we're moving out of here. This is our last straw, you know?
No, I'm telling you, Ashton, as a first grade teacher for 23 years, 24 years, we have actually had children that were born as boys but identify as girls, and so we had to use the pronouns she when it was a he. But
and by the way, let me cut you off there. The kids in first grade were identifying as whatever that their parents
told them
wanted them to identify.
I'm not kidding, because I'm going to tell you why. We would be at recess, and this little boy that was supposed to be a little girl, you know, and he wore prissy clothes and had the pink backpack and everything else. Well, at recess, all you do is you see him playing with boys and wanting to do boy things and act like a boy, but because his parents were so progressive and into that, you know, the blue hair kind of people or whatever.
They're child abusers. They're child abusers.
They forced that identity on their child.
Yeah, and by the way,
they're child abusers. They need to be tied to a tree and beaten with a hose filled with sand until they can gain some IQ points. And if they can't, there's always a wood chipper, because that's the first step in degradation and just evil. Like, they're children.
Yes, they're 6 years old. 6 years old. They don't even know what kissing means.
Yeah, and I used to see these kids right in Sherry's classroom, and you know, you would see their parents, right, and their parents would look very, you know, look at any left meme, look at any far left meme of someone crying and screaming out in the streets or whatever the case is, with the blue hair and all this, the piercings and piercing is not a thing, but
whatever.
Hold on, I want to get to the point though. Okay. Because I know you're about to cut me off, but then you start seeing their kids show up looking very similar to them, right? And then also you start seeing, like, you know, I wasn't in the classroom with these kids as much as Sherry was, but I saw the progression of how depressed they always looked. I mean, they always had bags under their eyes, dark circles. They always looked unhappy. They just were probably in hell at home. And
I can't imagine.
And not to mention, like, the parents too. Like, some of my kids, you know, their parents had transitioned from a girl to a boy or whatever, and so they no longer could call them mommy. They had to call them daddy.
Yeah, they have Munchausen syndrome by proxy. It's the parents manipulating the children into believing something that is not true, and to gain attention for themselves, to be special, and how they've raised these unique individual creatures. Has nothing to do with the damn kid. Has to do with the parents are mentally ill and unfit, and we are allowing it to be checked. Right? That's where the public tree, the hose, and the sand come into play.
Have you seen that stuff in Africa? What they do to some of these people that like steal or get caught harming children and stuff in Africa? Like, have you seen those videos?
No,
they
it works.
beat the shit out. They do. They tie them to a tree and they beat the shit out of them. Have you seen, for example, like when I was in the Navy, they told us not to commit any crimes while we were in Singapore. And then they showed us what happens, like, to a guy that got busted doing graffiti. They showed us this dude's ass before and after caning.
Oh, God.
This guy, like, it didn't look like an ass anymore. And this is all for spray painting on public property.
Yeah.
So, like,
was that Michael Fay? Probably.
I don't know.
Michael Fay was the big one, because I lived in Singapore when that happened, and we would have if you were in the Navy, Yeah, so we would go to the bars on the weekends, and they didn't care, even though the legal drinking age was 18 and we were like 16, 17. We were still, because if you were white, like they just let you in. We would have Navy guys always coming in, right? And they would have the patrol guys. I don't know what they're called. They would come by and like they would ask us like, "Hey, are you in the Navy?" Because if you were, it was like curfew. You got to go back because they would like try to keep you in line because they don't want you to do something that's going to like because like a international incident. But Michael Fay was a very popular one where, or like Clinton, I think, stepped in, and it was very controversial because turns out the real story was he was out there spray painting like rich people's Mercedes and stuff like this. Because I know for you guys, you probably won't have a hard time believing this, but in general, like a lot of the kids that were American kids that like grew up or overseas were like spoiled, rotten assholes. And so a lot of these kids that went to like the American school, I met several of them, like they were living in another world. It was like they were kids with silver spoons in their mouth. They felt like they could get away with anything, even in a foreign country. And so Michael Fay ended up getting caught spray painting Mercedes, and then he got caned. He got like, I think they downgraded to like 4 canings from 10 or something. I'd have to go look up the exact details, but they don't play around in Singapore. If you get caught as a drug dealer, they execute you there. Execute you. So,
and that's why I don't agree with that to a certain extent, but I understand the idea and the spirit behind it. It's like we don't fuck around.
Yeah,
you know, and my thinking is that what's that?
Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, exactly. And I really think that that's part of why America has gotten so crazy, because they have allowed this idea of human rights to be broadened to like the meaning like healthcare is a human right. You know, well, hold on a second. Wait, what exactly is a human right? Let's define that, you know? And I think that by attempting to broaden, by using our mercy and our good faith and our good nature against us, they have totally destroyed our country. Back in the day, I mean, what does that song say? We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. What happened to that?
Yeah, really. We are so weak now.
Yeah, if I could add on to that, because it's a good segue, which is, first of all, is a story, which is a very brief one. My nephew is like about to be 7, I think, next month. And he is a vegan because his mom's vegan,
by the way.
You know, and it's like one of those same things where it's like, you know, whatever your parents are, they're like passing down their views on you, which I just totally disagree with. I think you should like allow children to grow to be whatever they are. But there was also recently Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner's daughter was on went to this LA, what do they call them? City council meetings, right?
Yeah.
And she's sitting here wearing this N95 talking about how she's got post-viral, long COVID basically. And then like she's debilitated from it. And you've seen that they've been showing pictures of her wearing masks with her parents all over the place. And you just go, look how much damage all of this propaganda is causing on the kids these days. I can't imagine trying to be in high school in 2020 through 2023 with all this bullshit, and you're being indoctrinated all the time with like, you're going to kill your grandma if you're not wearing a mask when you go around and all this stuff. Like, I mean, it's just sad when you listen to her speech where she's like trying to get the whole world to wear masks again. You're like, it's 2024 now. It's time to get past it.
Yeah, and by the way, the question should be to Ben Affleck's daughter. Is this must have been from earlier. The question should be, was she vaccinated? And I can almost probably guarantee she was.
You know it. You know it. Right?
Yeah.
Is that Trump taking the stage?
No, I don't think so. I think it must have been from earlier.
Yeah, this has got to be earlier because he was already in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard wasn't he supposed to give it around like 6, like what, 9:30 or Eastern?
Yeah, it's another 30-40 minutes, I think, till he gets up there.
I want him to take his bandage off and let us see, you know, what
let's see that. Yeah.
Now let's see your ear, Trump, because
let's see your ear. How gross does it look?
We're conspiracy theorists here. We need to see it.
Show me your ear hole. Show me your ear hole.
See the second ear hole.
It's gonna have its own Reddit not safe for work page dedicated.
It reminds me of that thing from Pineapple Express. It's like, yeah, it looks really gross, and I think I can smell it.
My cousin actually was a cinematographer on Pineapple Express, which is one of my favorite movies as well.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
Fucking amazing movie.
All the gay references in that movie are so like, why throw that stuff in there. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But
But I love watching movies from like early 2000s.
Yeah,
stuff
older
like that.
movies were so like classic.
You just can't find that shit anymore. You can't find the humor anymore. You can't find anything. And hell, you can barely find new movies, really. I mean,
well, even like American Pie, that was a great movie.
absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, you do that shit now.
You could never make a movie like that now.
Yeah, if you do a American Pie movie now, you're in the Me Too movement. I mean, you're a part of it, but you're going to be a rapist, a white nationalist, white supremacist, because there probably wasn't enough black people in American Pie, even though there was a couple.
Wasn't that the movie about this girl that this one time she went to band camp?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, yeah, absolutely. So, guys, let's make our predictions. What do you think Trump's going to be uniting tonight? And I guarantee he probably is. But what is your thoughts?
Oh, as far as his speech goes.
Yeah, you think it's uniting, or you think he's going to like really fire up the base?
Let's start with Dave. Dave.
Oh, I was waiting for everyone else. I mean, here's the thing. Like, it comes down to what is he going to do? I think it's going to be fire.
Oh, Hulk gets on here, guys. Should we listen?
Yeah. Hold on.
Definitely.
Let's listen to Hulk.
Sorry, Dave. We'll get back to you.
No, we'll get back.
Oh, it's Hogan. Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm voting for Trump, brother.
This is the most random hot speech period for the convention, but I'm here for it.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
I love this.
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
This is epic.
I agree.
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
I'm going to put that.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough!
He's gonna do it.
Enough! I said, let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother.
This is the
Let
best.
Trump-a-mania rule again. Let Trump-a-mania make America great again.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Yes.
He's in great shape still.
Yeah, for his age.
He's
he looks
70
great.
years old, by the way.
Holy shit, he looks great for 70. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he
It's
does.
not gonna be that buff when I'm 70. Holy shit.
That's awesome.
USA.
USA.
But I am at 37.
Jake, I have to tell you, a lot of my girlfriends have crushes on you about your little chest.
You know something, Trumpites?
Oh, that's.
I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan,
Thank you.
but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians, need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Go. All right. Good speech by good old Hulk Hogan. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit.
Get it, bro.
Guys, what is this real life? That's what a lot of people I think are saying. Is this real life? Is it real life, guys? Is what we're witnessing here real life? Oh shit!
That's the greatest thing I've seen all convention by far. It's not even close. Absolutely incredible. They won me over. You already had my vote, but you know what? You went ahead and you just doubled down on it. I love it. I love it.
You got the Hulkmeister.
Yeah.
Who remembers Hulk? Hulk Hogan.
God.
I mean,
I
come
used
on.
to watch him every Saturday morning and wrestle my brother and my
Saturday
dad.
morning? Was it Saturday morning?
Every Saturday morning we watched wrestling, and they would wrestle.
Well, I remember at night, but I guess you were like, I don't know. I had Saturday morning cartoons.
I was in Colorado. Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, yeah. That's a whole different country over there, guys. What Dave, by the way, go back to I'm sorry, we cut you off.
I know. I think this is even better to dive into that question, like what do we think he's going to do or where he's at, because you were able to watch his facial reactions when Hulk was talking, right? And that I think was key. I mean, as hilarious as Hulk is, and I mean, how do you not love him? That's iconic Americana is a living man named Hulk Hogan. You know that everybody like you can't. It's instantly recognizable, and who can't smile at that? But when I was watching Trump, my takeaway was his eyes weren't smiling that much. He definitely has a burden, and when you'd see him go to like give a half smile, and he's obviously like a gesture of an old friend who's kind of playing it up, like hamming it up at a party for you. You know what I mean? Like your birthday party. And I could see that in him.
Yeah.
And then you'd see those teeth grind at the end and his eyes would drift up and he'd just kind of cock his head and then go back to focusing. That's a guy who's wrestling with a heavy burden. That's not a very Trump thing. So what's rolling through that mind?
I agree with this.
Rolling through that mind.
I think he's so grateful to be alive, and he knows he should be dead right now.
Yeah, and even beyond that too. I mean, grateful to be alive, absolutely. Is everything in his mind right now? Who the fuck tried to kill me? Really?
Yeah, and who's behind it? Because it's not this stupid 20-year-old.
No,
there's somebody.
He knows this up.
He already knows. I guarantee he already knows.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He absolutely knows. I think what he's wrestling with right now is what he's choosing to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, imagine, I mean, they say heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yeah.
You know, and it's got to be really, really difficult to be Donald Trump. Think about how many people want something from him. You know, think about how many people are willing to stab him in the back after they get what they get from him. You know, how many people out there love him so much and think he's more than a man.
God.
And that's a whole other kind of pressure, because then those people, if he does one thing or says one thing, you know, they might see him differently and then become radicalized in another way. I don't know. It's so
there it is. Do you see that look?
Touchy, you know?
Yeah.
Do you see that look he gave, that long eye close and the pause? So he's taking the breath.
I have to say that I was a Trumper in 2016 and I've never wavered. Chad, on the other half, you try to keep up with, like, you know, what the audience wants people to
No,
say. But I've always not ever wavered from Trump, and I have made that known.
I've
always been a Trumper, and I'm going to stay a Trumper.
Yeah, I've always liked Trump 100%. I'll say that. I'll say that on here.
You said you don't like some of his stuff. Or
well, no,
whatever.
I mean, but I'm never going to like all of anyone's, you know, something, right? And that's the thing. I mean, I don't necessarily like his stance on the vaccine, but it's kind of interesting when you listen to him talking to RFK.
About the baby vaccines,
which is weird.
36 shots that babies should not be getting.
Yeah, but just the vaccines in general, and it's like you know, you kind of hear that side of him. But in reality, yes. Do I believe the bullshit behind the narrative that the mainstream media has pushed around Trump for the entire time he's been in presidency? No, I think it was one massive psyop. Project Mockingbird, or Operation Mockingbird.
Well,
Where
even the
mainstream
43
media-
felons he got,
Well,
from
yeah.
writing checks. How do you get a felony from writing a damn check? I don't get that.
All right, I'm just gonna let you talk, Sherry.
Sorry,
since you
I'm
interrupted.
done.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Sorry, go
Finish
ahead,
what I
babe.
was gonna say. No, go ahead. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Sorry, babe. Go ahead.
Well,
at him.
I'll say this though, I think he does a really good job of handling the pressure. And that's part of why I like him so much. Because if you think about how messed up it is to put like all the amount of pressure that it takes to put on a regular president's shoulders, right? And then you got Donald Trump, who has all of this extra pressure that the media is putting on him, that the globalists are putting on him, the threat of an assassination attempt or getting arrested or trumped up charges, whatever, And then you think, okay, now he's handling that really, really well with such composure and maturity that the media has to try as hard as they can to distort his image. Whereas Biden, on the other hand, is caving under all that pressure. And it is so obvious. Man, they aren't even giving Biden anywhere near 1/10 of the pressure, not even 100th of the pressure they're putting on Trump. And yet he's falling to pieces. So the fact that Trump is doing so well, you just got to give it to him. I mean, I just wonder where would we be if Hillary Clinton was our president in 2016? Where would we be?
Yeah, it'd be far worse than we are at right now. It's just, I mean, I don't know what Trump's speech is going to be tonight. I hope, though, this is my hope. I hope it's, I mean, I know this sounds bad, but it's like, shit. I mean, at some point in time, you have to realize that we are, whatever people believe, we're in a war. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. We are in a war, and you can try your very best to play nice. You can continue to play nice forever and forever and ever. And they're going to keep pounding you in the dirt. They're going to keep shooting your face. They're going to keep stabbing you in the back. They're going to keep doing the things they got to do to win, because whatever their game is, whatever their narrative and their agenda is, they're going to win. They are going to defeat you. That is their number one goal. And the easier you make it on them, the easier it is for them. And I just feel like that. I feel like Republicans, conservatives, Trump, the people that support him, I feel like that they have been a very soft target for a long time. And as we're starting to see that this soft target is the people believe that this is a soft target. They believe that they can get away with murder. And they believe that and that's where it's getting so dangerous. They have mainstream media support, they have the presidency support and the administration. And guys, I want to go to this real quick. This is Eric Trump.
This will be a good one to watch Trump too, as he reacts to his son speaking.
Yes,
for sure.
I just want to know who wins the Hulk Hogan or The Rock.
8 years
who wins
ago,
the cage match?
my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
I think it's important to point out at no time is he sniffing the kid.
No sniffing. Oh, God. No, he was talking.
Our expectations are so low.
I know, right?
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. but he also created a movement that threatened interest in the political elites, a movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore.
They do not.
My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and handpicked
All right,
judges.
guys, we're gonna talk because
My father has been pulled off the ballots of states. Radical justices attempting to
okay.
Yeah.
Because this is
Same stuff.
yeah, he's good. He's
Same
just
stuff.
It's not Hulk
You know.
Hogan. Let's just leave it at that. It's not Hulk Hogan. We need Hulk Hogan one more time. Round two.
I thought he was
It's
gonna rip his
honestly
Keep
just
going, too.
epic. Greatest speech I've maybe ever seen at any convention ever. I think we just have to embrace idiocracy at this point. The world can't get any worse. Let's just go all in on it, and let's just see where it takes us.
Guys, how bad do you think that these next few months are going to be leading up to 2024? And do you guys see a potential for an actual civil war in this country?
No. I mean,
No?
I could expand on that, but I tend to go into long harangues. I'll just say that I think we're far more united than the media would allow us to believe. And the whole reason for the media is because we were so united as a country and pretty much what we thought and what we wanted that they had to artificially divide us into these self-selected groups, these propagandized tribes. And I think that now more than ever, especially after what happened to Trump, that's starting to dissolve. People are starting to see how serious this is getting and how bad it has really gotten to where a candidate for the presidency is having assassination attempts. That combined with all the lawfare, it's not doing well for the Democrats. And that's why I think that they're freaking out so much, why they're thinking about getting rid of Biden, why they're continuously just trashing Trump no matter what happens, why they didn't give him the sympathy or the cover story about an assassination attempt from the beginning. It all speaks volumes. I don't think that as much as they're afraid of Trump, they're more afraid of us being united. And I think he, as a phenomena, is uniting people just as much as Biden as a phenomena is uniting people. People are being united against Biden and this bullshit, and they're being united for Trump in a better way of life, like we had during his time in office.
Yeah, and I just don't understand, like, these Biden supporters. I guess they have to stay liberal because they are liberal. I don't understand because, like you said, when we go to the grocery store, when we go to the gas station, I don't know how people are surviving nowadays unless they have second jobs.
Well, liberal is not even a real term anymore. I mean, that
Or left or whatever, but I just don't understand. I know they saw when Trump was in office for 4 years how great our economy was. The last 4 years has been terrible. We cannot get out of the grocery store. I'm not kidding, for $100 for two people.
Well, shit, I didn't get out today.
It's a buy-in bias. All right, so you have to look at the people that support Biden and these agendas who are all sold out and for it. These are people willing to cut the genitalia off their children. They're willing to cut the genitalia off their children not because they believe in an ideology, but because they like the self-importance of believing they are superior, that they are more intelligent, that they are better and more evolved than everybody else, that they are correct, and they're reflected by that, by what the mainstream tells them. So why are they not coming around to our side? Because they would have to admit that they were wrong. Mm-hmm. They did bad things, and they're not as smart as they think they are. That's unbelievably hard for some people to swallow. That's why so many people don't report getting conned. When cons happen, very rarely are they reported, because then people have to admit, I got conned, when everyone's like, it's not going to get me. No, they will. They absolutely will. They're
Oh no, we
professionals.
almost got conned. I swear to God, we almost got conned with like energy. They said they're going to cut our power
No,
off
but that's
unless
not,
we went to the Dollar General
it's not the
and
same thing,
wired
though.
this money to them.
No.
I mean, that happens to everyone, is what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, and especially in politics, because you get it along these ideological lines. Continue,
Yeah.
Dave.
Oh yeah, you're bought in. They're bought in on this concept. They're bought in. They're on the train. They're moving together. They have a sense of community with others. And really what it is they figured it out, right? Like we look at the school systems and the failures, like we were talking about earlier. Where do they come in? It's a lack of self, a lack of identity, and a lack of self-reliance. We take away children's abilities of chores. We make everything easy, right? We cushion the world. They're not allowed to live. They're not allowed to, maybe fall off the skateboard and break a bone, a concussion or two. Lord knows I've had more concussions than I can remember. But that's part of it. It's figuring it out. It's finding the world and giving them the space to do it. Once we coddle them, they no longer do that. And then they grow up with a lacking of identity, self, and the ability to be self-reliant. The ability to meet an unknown world and be like, I can do this. I got this. Instead, you go into years of therapy, SSRIs, drugs, whatever. And as soon as an ideology comes along that can tell you that all of your problems aren't yours, they're theirs. They're your parents. They're the people who make money and start businesses and are successful. That's all your woes. Come with us. By the way, you can be whatever you want to be. We live in fantasy land. You can cut your dick off. Woo! And then once you're there, I mean, think about it. Where do you come back? You've self-castrated. How do you come back from that? They can't stitch them back on, man. Like that's not there. They're so bought in, they can't turn around.
I'm also challenged. I mean, I've been thinking the past few years of having a reduction. But
Of your penis?
I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Get some work done.
Say what? What do you say, Ashton?
So you're just gonna get some work done, are you, on your face there, or on your body?
Botox.
Well,
Actually,
what did
is
they
it is.
say? It's not the size, it's the motion or whatever it is.
Well, it's like Dave Chappelle says. He said, yeah. He's like, when I was young, my balls were smooth as eggs. It's always so funny. So Jake doesn't believe that. Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think you basically said that you don't believe that that anything will happen to Trump before November, right? More than likely at this point.
I don't think so, only because I think that the deep state saw what would happen if they did.
Yeah.
I think they understand that it might very well be the final nail in their coffin long term.
Yeah.
I think that it's possible, but I think they're more likely to allow him to get in and have his vice president be somebody that's compromised and then get rid of him while he's in office so that they can kind of just move the government seamlessly into this place of control again while everybody still thinks, that it's all good. I don't know. The way I look at it, bro, is I don't fucking trust anybody.
No.
I mean, I love Trump and I trust Trump to do the right thing, but you have to operate based on multiple possibilities all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
And I try to see it from every perspective. Like, for example, imagine if Trump gets in, right, and he cracks down on illegal immigration, and he starts, building up ICE and Border Patrol and all that stuff. The military gets involved, the National Guard, federalizing of police, all that stuff gets involved in this massive nationwide manhunt to get rid of MS-13 members, cartel members, drug dealers, pedophiles, rapists, people that belonged in a prison in Venezuela or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Cracks down and it works beautifully, right? And we start gathering all these people up, and then lo and behold, something happens to Trump, and now he's no longer president. now this new guy steps in, and now he has all this federal power that could very well be turned on Americans like that. Or they just let Trump go for 4 years and make it as miserable as possible for everybody, create as much chaos as possible during the Trump administration. So everybody's like, we need something other than Trump and his VP. And then so all that federal power that was expanded now is handed over to somebody that's like the Biden administration. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. It's all
fucking
politics.
psyop too.
It's all politics.
There's psyops like crazy right and left.
So that's why I'm watching and I'm waiting, because if you can see all the possibilities and you can kind of see the trend of where things are going.
Yeah.
And that also means, though, and I'll finish on a good note, that does also mean that the kind of future that Ashton and I are dreaming and talking about could come into play. That is a possibility as well.
Are you talking about
I'd really prefer to, in my heart and mind, believe that is the direction that we are going, not these other negative ones. I think that Trump surviving the assassination attempt is a good sign of God being with us all.
For sure. Absolutely.
So what do you guys think about the pipeline? If you're all into this zero energy thing, do you feel like we should be opening up the pipelines again if Trump is elected? Because that's what's going to happen.
Of course you got to do that, right? But
yes, so that would be the parallel economy.
Yeah.
So what you would want to do is, for a short enough time, use the petroleum-based economy and the petrodollar, for that matter, as like scaffolding for this new system, so that you can transport goods and services and stuff with oil. Did you want to say something, Ashton? I see you waving.
No, I was just saying hi to Chaotic Good down here.
Oh yeah, I can't blame you.
Oh, you can't see it.
Oh yeah, she looks pretty if that's really who you're waving to. But anyway, the idea is to take this this petroleum-based, debt-based dollar economy and then act as a scaffolding to transport all the necessary ingredients to create this new system. And then have this new system be based on a precious metal-backed currency, cryptocurrency, and a barter system. And then have this zero-point energy to back it up, and the Tesla towers, and the TR3Bs, and all that. And then you build this parallel civilization that is almost like connected to this other economy. And then when the new civilization takes over, the other one just falls away. The scaffolding just goes away.
And by the way, hold on.
I want to ask, are you guys saying that would mean that every American would be self-efficient and not have to rely on the government or any kind of companies or whatever?
Yes. And you owe me $2.50.
Well, that's the thing where too, it's not going to be like, yes. So one thing people don't understand about free energy is it's not that the device is free. Just like any device that would extract energy, there's some cost associated with it. I personally think that's part of the reason why we don't have it yet.
Would you pay monthly for it or what? Sorry, I'm just wondering. Would you have to pay monthly for this thing, or what?
Theoretically, somebody commercialize it in the sense that they produce the devices for themselves and sell you the energy. But the model that I'm trying to go with is where you own your own device and then it produces the energy for you. I think that part of the reason why it's not already out there is that the manufacturing mechanisms were extremely expensive, especially like 20 years ago. Where now we're getting to the point where certain models of them, now they can become comparable. It's just a big game of economics where it's like over time, they're going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And then therefore the energy costs go down versus like our current models of using petroleum and what have you get more and more expensive as gas becomes more expensive to pump out of or oil becomes more expensive to pump out of the ground. And then there's this cost benefit analysis that you have to do. And then so old cars and stuff like that will get phased out, but I compare it very much to electric cars. Yes, electric cars will become more popular, but it doesn't mean that all gas-powered cars go away right away. You know.
Well, I'm kind of comparing it to like when people were coming to me with solar panels, for example. There's like, put these solar panels on your roof. It's going to save you so much money. But I asked, what happens when the companies go down? Then you don't have the energy.
No, yes, you do.
They said you could not have that power unless you were still running under the electrical companies.
Okay, but listen, here's okay. You make a good point here though, but it kind of goes back to like AI, right? So you have a free-based AI system, an open AI, right? You have an open system, an open algorithm, open code, and so the AI is free. because it is open AI. It is technically a free code. Someone puts it into a system that you can use, right? But now what we're seeing with AI is that they are, the easiest way to access AI, to do it in all these various ways, are some company that makes you pay for what they have used for AI, right?
I do AI for
subscription
free.
models, right?
Subscription model. They have image.
I just hate subscription models personally.
But here's also the thing. To your point, Ashton, is and by the way, someone had asked earlier, when is Trump coming on? More than likely, I believe he's probably the next speaker.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, he has an hour and a half.
He has an hour and a half.
An hour and a half, but I don't think he'll be there an hour and a half. No, I don't.
No way.
I'm guessing 30 minutes or something. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I go back to the fact that he looks exhausted, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure why or how, but I'm just saying I am very curious to see what Trump does, how he presents himself, how he acts. It's interesting. It goes back to, and I'm going to get back to what we were just talking about, but it goes back to what Tucker Carlson said. If I was Trump right now, I would have a food tester, I would have a water tester, I would have anyone around me.
Seriously,
that I just want to make sure that I'm safe in all ways, shape,
I
and
would
form.
even want someone checking my Visine.
Yeah, but so Ashton, back to your point, and then we'll move on from this. But with the AI thing, right? You have these companies that they incentivize, or not incentivize, they capitalize on AI. That would, I don't see how that wouldn't also potentially happen with 0-point energy devices, right?
Yeah, I can, but if you have your own device, then you don't need to get a subscription service. Personally, I hate subscription services, but one of the big questions I get asked is, well, if you can make this free energy device, why don't you make them and sell people energy? Well, that's the area they're not going to let you get away with, right? That's the area where you're going to draw the attention. Like if you're trying to be the power company. In fact, with respect to these devices, the number one question that when we've been talking to clients is, are you using it on or off the grid? And the reason is, if you're off the grid, you have to have a system of storing that excess energy that you're producing, or you have to have this equilibrium where you're using up all the energy that you're generating. If you're on the grid, it's kind of a situation where you don't want to draw too much attention to yourself, because like, let's say you're like a big database farm and you use a ton of energy. Well, the power company knows you do, and then all of a sudden you're using zero. They're going to be like, what's going on? Or you try to sell back to them energy and they come and they're like, you don't have any solar panels. What's going on here? Right. That's where you're going to start to get into issues. And these are the things that people don't think about.
But why would the energy company even care if you're using their energy or not?
They care. Because they monitor all the energy things. That's why you have the energy meter outside your house. And so they can find it.
Sorry.
So think about it like that too. Like if you're not using their energy, then what does that mean? That means you have an alternative source. And if they are contracted with the government, or they're getting subsidized, or they're owned by some billionaire, like, Rockefeller or somebody associated therewith, then you find out somebody has a 0-point energy engine that they're using to power their home, and they haven't patented it. Like, that's another way that they get people, is through the patent office. So that's, do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, that's the issue too, is that one sec, you got to realize that not all of these devices are patented as well, because of what Jake said. And is there a way we can remove this real quick, because it's super distracting?
Right in your face. Yeah, you got this like beautiful girl in an army hat and a baby.
No, you look good there.
Like, yeah, if you patent it, then they can take it away. But if you don't patent it, then you're also in this gray area as well. Like, these are a lot of the complex challenges. Like, what I'll just say to finish up before we get going here is that the government uses these. Like, the military uses these devices. I'm beyond sure that they use them. And there's like rich billionaires have been buying them too. And people are like, well, why don't they come out with it? Well, because these are people smart enough to know to shut the hell up about it, right? Like,
well, how is it different from generators?
It is. It's basically like a generator. The problem with the generator is you got to fuel it with something, right? As opposed to just a generator that just extracts energy from the environment with nothing, and that it produces more energy than it puts in. So you can just feed it back into the entry system. And these systems have batteries tied to them to store that excess energy as well. So as long as that doesn't run out, then you don't even have to ever plug it in again. You can even shut it off. And then if you want to turn it back on again, it can use that initial energy from the battery to get going. And then it's just producing excess energy. These things they're very advanced and I wouldn't actually say it's that advanced. The concepts are actually pretty simple. But in terms of like how powerful they are, it's incredible. I mean, it's going to make us relook at the laws of thermodynamics and change our understanding of the world. But anybody who doubts it, just read the scientific papers about 0-point energy. Like, we know it's out there. It's experimentally proven through the Casimir effect. The only question is how we can use it. And if you go to these like CNN brain scientists, they'll go, well, yes, well, there's energy all around us and 0-point fluctuations and virtual particles. We can't use it in any real sense. And you're like, well, the Casimir effect proves that we can. Like, you just put two plates close to each other and they attract. That shows there's some energy out there. So that's where it's just like the disconnect between the people, the brainwashing that we've all undergone our whole lives, and what's actually possible. And I don't know how long it's going to take for people to wake up to it. But I think that what will happen is, like with the Q thruster and the EM drive, which there was this test a few months ago that like mysteriously they lost contact with the satellite. They were going to test this Q thruster. They're planning a new test in the beginning of 2025. If that gets proven to be real, then the question people are going to ask is, where is the energy coming from for this thruster to be able to maneuver in the vacuum of outer space with no fuel? And once people realize that, they're going to find out that they're using the 0-point energy all around us. We're like pushing off of it like it's water. And if you can do that, then you can harness the 0-point energy, you know, and in other ways. So that's the thing, is that once any of these concepts come out, everything's just going to come flooding out. And then everybody's perspectives are going to change.
I agree.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that more. Here is Trump.
Yeah, let's see what
as a
let's see what this
younger
thing.
dude.
Yeah, let's see what this thing's saying real quick, guys. Oh shit! What the hell? Oh
Chad,
God! What the hell?
Look at this. Look at your golf stuff here. Now we know what Chad's into. Just with golf videos on YouTube.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president
That was like 30
and
years
lead
ago.
such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries. Just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East.
The music sounds
How's
like
this real?
it belongs like a country music, country like western or something.
He believes
Says the
so
narrator.
strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Is that the crowd cheering?
That's pretty badass. The American flag in the background. It's pretty badass.
I think that's the crowd cheering USA.
Yes,
Please
they are.
welcome
They are.
Kid Rock.
Oh, Kid Rock. Oh, here we go. Okay,
here we
silence
go.
everyone.
There we go. Nice.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up.
Oh my
I need
gosh.
everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air.
That's a communist thing, bro. Like, we don't do that around here.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Let's have somebody scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of strolls, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane.
What the hell is this guy doing?
Olivia Prue with the gift to gab. From the city of true, you know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said yeah, I'm going platinum selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and want to see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say draw.
Kid Rock jams out at RNC ahead of Trump's speech.
That's crazy.
Jams out.
DC and CC Top. We'll see this beasties and the kings of rock. Skinner, Seeger, Lipcorn, Stone, David Allencoe, and No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit, yeah. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. So watch me rock with Liberace flash. I'll rock the clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash. Oh, they call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where
America.
you're at. Say fight.
Very America.
Say fight. Say fight. I say draw. Hey, American badass, watch me kid. You can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like a basic craze. I'm on rock and roll. Like a rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Sci-com fly. So big dot to ride. Feel shack to share. Bring it back to flare. Like a long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, 65.
Joey doesn't jam it just so you guys know.
Hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hit. I know it's stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump. Say Trump. Say Trump. Say Trump.
in the house, this is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Dana White?
Yeah.
They messed up the music because they didn't have the music going through the audio.
With the Trump and the fist in the air, there were some people there dressed in ties and suits that just didn't think they were going to do that tonight. We've seen this convention.
We had a lot of people in the a lot of people in the comments saying cringe. Okay, I get it. I listen. I love Kid Rock, but damn it, you can't say that wasn't amazing. Okay. Don't un-America me.
Well, so many people on the left, that fist bump, they're like making fun of his fist bump, and they're saying it's like the Black Patriot fist bump or something, or the Black something. I don't know, Panther.
Oh
or something.
yeah, the Black Panther thing. Yeah, like
whatever.
with the fist. Yeah,
I didn't know that white people couldn't do that. Sorry,
you're not allowed.
No, we
fine,
can. We can do anything we would like to do. Yeah, that's.
Look,
They just didn't have the music in the background wasn't playing through the audio, so all we were hearing was his singing. So it didn't really like come across that well for us. I'm sure if you were there, it was awesome.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're probably right. But listen, I mean, this is I think at the very least. I mean, yes, it can be cringe for sure, right? And when you kind of put these things, throw them together, RNC, Kid Rock singing with a backtrack is basically what he's singing with. He didn't have his band there and none of this crazy shit, none of the crazy audio.
Amazing. He was amazing. Sorry, I love him.
Sure, that
I was
great.
rocking out.
So there you go. And then you have Hulk Hogan, and someone had said earlier, 50 Cent's next. Like I mean, holy shit! Like what
The people that they have put on the stage have made me feel alive. I'm just saying.
Well, listen,
from childhood to now, these people are ironic, and these are people that we need.
Iconic, you mean?
Yeah, ironic.
You just said ironic. How ironic?
Don't you think? A little too ironic.
Oh, ironic and iconic.
Holy shit! Ironic.
They're ironically iconic.
Yes.
But listen, guys, you look at the very least for people that want to say cringe, whatever. But look at the Joe Biden appearances. Oh shit! Okay, hold on. Dana White's here.
We got to hear Dana.
Yeah. Let's hear Dana. Let's see what he has to say. I think Dana will probably do.
I like Dana.
Here we go.
But I hope they understand. They love you, and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet.
Amen.
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity.
Amen.
President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Damn. So Dana's going to be the one that introduces him. That's pretty crazy. But that's how close Dana is with Trump.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ian. I mean, Ian, shit. Sorry. I was, Ian.
If tomorrow all the things were
Yes!
wrong, I'd work for all my life.
It's happening.
Start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars.
Love this song.
To be living here today. Because our flag still stands for freedom. And they can't take
So listen,
that
away from.
Hold on, babe.
How
We're gonna
dare
lose
you
this
quiet
sound
it? How
soon.
dare you?
Oh, am I quieting it? Shit. Okay.
Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA.
By the way, actually, you have to dance us out to the end of this stream.
From the lakes of Minnesota.
I was just dancing. What's going on? Where's my music?
He's walking out to it.
Detroit to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every.
Kind of like a Miss America pageant in a weird way, right?
I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
That's fantastic. Out of this. And look at this background, by the way.
Next to you in Defendersville today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless
Beautiful.
Amazing background, by the way. Amazing background for this week.
I was just thinking I want God Bless the USA to play, and there it came.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Some of the things we're looking for is like, what is his tune going to be? Huh?
Thank you very much.
Here we go.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did, they rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just They just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. They're incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
We don't want to piss off.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
Amen.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air, you've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
That's an awesome gesture.
Yeah, and God bless him for it.
I'm in tears.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million. For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well.
Well, that's great news.
The Warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
Fucking
There was no
Kushner
greater
didn't have
love
his
than
eyes
to lay
closed.
down one's life
It's just
for
what I saw.
others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you.
There's lots of stuff going through his mind, I'm telling you.
This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court.
Boom!
The Democrats want to unify our country. They should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. All wanted to be here, they called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy.
Hulk is great. Hulk is fantastic.
You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
You can't remember what about my guy. I don't know what it is. It's something.
He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia or Europe or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to problems. We're dealing with very tough very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much.
Derek.
Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited.
That's a good idea.
Absolutely.
Great
And
tactic.
by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all
Well, he's
here.
not even saying fake news now.
But every one of them has said this could be the most
weird.
organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one.
He is very reserved. Very reserved right now.
It's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you.
I really wish you'd just say, and you're doing a shitty job, by the way.
Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building. And the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had some tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be a great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much.
But I do have a lot to say about the Trump speech tonight. I think the beginning was definitely a strong point, I think, so far. But you can definitely see something different in Trump, for sure. What it appears is, there's just something different. And so, by the way, that POV you guys were getting earlier was Derek Gibson. He is over Blacks for Trump.
That means
he is at the RNC right now.
Right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders.
I don't know if there's two organizations or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so as soon as Trump's speech is done, we'll obviously commentate on it. I know it's getting late. It's 11:30 already, which we kind of knew this would go. But Ashton earlier said, he's like, are you sure it's an hour and a half? No, I think it is. I think
We
it's
want
an hour and a
people
half.
It should have been like
to come into
30
our
to 45
country,
minutes.
but they have
Yeah.
to come into our
'Cause
country legally.
Most people are like me.
Legally.
I lose like focus after 30 minutes.
Yeah. But we do have a lot to say.
Less than 4
should be
years
over
ago, I
here
handed this
momentarily. So.
administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. So he used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
Got a damn good point.
Absolutely.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam. But he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
There's the first big Israel mention tonight by Donald Trump.
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We'll replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good.
Talking about the Star Wars program,
But now we have
Strategic Defense
unbelievable
Initiative.
technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find the cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We've settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids. to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Gonna make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
That was Donald Trump's speech at the RNC. Very long, very long speech. As Sherry says, she thinks it's too long. But
most Americans cannot stay focused for more than 30 minutes. And I'm one of them. And I was taking selfies.
Yeah. So
during the speech.
So listen, I want to open this up and start commentary, and then we'll get to everybody. But yeah, so I have a couple things, right? I listened to this. It got long, right? When you talk about policy, you talk about things that are policy based, political based, right? It can get boring, right? But then I do want to address this as well. what we're seeing, the rhetoric, right, which is on as social media, especially X and places like this, right? We're seeing it everywhere. We're seeing it from
let's
Destiny.
do
Hold
the
on,
speech
no,
first.
no. I'm Cherry. I told you not to interrupt me.
Oh, sorry.
Because I already knew she was going to. But no. So when you see the rhetoric, right, like on social media and all these places, right, and by the way, I've been seeing a lot of comments, this kind of scrolling through, and I'm seeing a lot of the same rhetoric. I saw it earlier, right? I saw a lot of people saying, screw Corey, screw the fireman, screw him if he's whatever. I've been reading the I've been reading a lot of comments actually in our comment thing. I think there was an influx of people that kind of came in and started talking about that. And the reason I'm pointing this out, guys, is that number one thing I want to say is that regardless of what you think about Trump, right? One of the things that I saw about his speech tonight was he was different, right? He had a very different persona. You may call it humbled, you may call it whatever. I think there's a lot of things going on. I think that he has a lot of shit going through his mind. I think he is constantly thinking about how close he was to death. I think probably he's thinking about who is actually out there trying to kill him.
Yeah.
But I just want people to understand this, right? The people that are going out there and they're saying the same things I've seen in the comments tonight on this stream, and it's not everybody. It's probably about 5% of people. I just want you guys to know that karma's real and God's real. God's real.
Yeah.
God's real more than anything.
God is real.
Yeah, but God's real more than anything. And the universe has a way of balancing itself out.
American shaman, you know that.
Yeah, but I just want everyone to understand that the universe has a way of balancing itself out. And so when you may feel like you're feeling good behind a keyboard talking shit about someone that's dead or talking shit about whatever it is, just understand that you have it probably coming at some point in time. And when you do, you're gonna have that moment in time. And maybe you're lucky. Maybe you get hit by a car, sideswipe, never even freaking see it. But if you don't have that moment, that you're lucky enough to die instantly, you're gonna have that moment and you realize the shit that you said back in the day. You're like, damn. Now I get it, right? Now I get it. Now I'm not behind a keyboard anymore. Now I get it. The only thing I want to say is Trump is different. I don't know what it is about Trump, but he's different. There's something different about him. He moved different. He speaks differently. He didn't even want to call out the media. He didn't want to say.
He did not say fake news.
He did not want to say fake news. But the number one thing I can say is that
he has a new value of life.
Yeah, regardless of politics, this is just my standpoint. We've been doing podcasts for 6 or 7 years. We've been diving in everything. We've dove into the Bible. Sherry's Jewish. She comes from a Jewish family, right? Her family's Jewish. I come from a Christian family. We've had arguments and disagreements about especially the Israel-Palestine thing. There's been a lot of stuff we've had disagreements on. But the number one thing that I think that we have to get back to is that we are in a battle between good and evil. We are in a battle between good and evil in this world right now. And I think you got to pick your side right now, and there may be a day very soon that comes that whatever side you picked, you're on. And I just want you to understand that, and I want you to understand who's on the good and who's on the bad, and that's for you to decide of what side you're on. But I just want people to understand. I get it. You may hate Trump, you may hate Biden, you may hate all these people. It's not about Biden or Trump. It's about good and evil, and I think that's the way of the world right now. I could have said a lot worse shit about some of the comments I've seen tonight or X or whatever.
Time of day.
No, I can't. But I just wanted to make clear that I think that we're living in a time that if you have a chance to believe in God, you better do it. And at the very least, I mean, look, some people may say that's crazy. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. This is cringe. This is whatever. All I'm telling you is that. That's just my opinion. That's something, and I battle with that every day. I battle with like, oh my God, I don't know if I even want to. I'm not a big prayer. I don't go to church. I don't do a lot of that stuff. I'm just saying that there is a battle going on, and
we see it tonight when people are so like ruthless and do not care about other human life. That's what's like so crazy. But I don't know. Do they really not care about life, or they just want to make a statement out there? I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah. What y'all think about a speech? Whatever you want to say, go ahead. That was a long speech.
Yeah.
I'll start by saying I think that the internet, one of the less charming elements to it is the permission people think they have to be complete and total jerks just because they're able to be anonymous.
Right.
I think that's probably one of the biggest faults of the internet and how it ends up affecting our social systems, because most of the time what people are willing to say to you over the internet is not what they're willing to say to your face.
Right.
So I don't think that, and I think that's kind of the volatility and the toxicity of that culture. To start off about it, the speech, I want to just say, first of all, I think Dana White did a great job.
Yes.
I think he was a perfect person, and it was kind of a surprise to get the introduction from Dana White. I was expecting maybe one of his sons to do it or something,
That was
or maybe
great.
his daughter. But Dana White he was the perfect one too, because he's seen a lot of really intense fighters and like badass people, and he's known Trump a long time. He's actually a friend, a real friend of Trump. And that's another thing you kind of have to look at about Trump, is that he doesn't lose friends easily. If somebody's his friend, it means something. And that relationship usually lasts a long time. Now, I want to say that the Barney Fife reference and that video that played before Trump, like, it seemed like the music was out of some old Western film, and the narrator was too. To me, it sounded kind of corny and cheesy, but the message behind it was good. The Barney Fife reference, I think, kind of shows the audience that they're aiming at a little bit there, and that's essentially like people 50s and up.
I gotta interrupt you real quick, Jake, because I have to tell you this. My mom actually dated Barney Five, and I said, thank God she did not marry Barney Five, because I would have been like one ugly kid.
Yeah, Don Knotts, he does not seem to have strong genes, though I heard he was quite the ladies' man off set.
Yeah.
But I also thought it was interesting, like people were saying about Chris Rock being cringe. I got all these notes here. I just shut my mouth and started writing shit down, so bear with me. I'll try to go fast. I don't think that like Chris Rock did bad or Kid Rock did bad. I just think that the Republicans almost like this is like the Republicans attempting to show that they've become cultured somehow, and then they're not just a bunch of uptight Bible thumping, draconian oligarchs. I think that they kind of are trying to reach across the aisle a little bit. That's why they gave Amber Rose an opportunity to speak, to show like, hey, look, we're all kind of on the same side here. We don't, and I think Matt Walsh going after her was a bad move. It's like, dude, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, the woman can say what she wants, and she's a good example of somebody that started out over here, and now she's here based on the life that we're living. But I think that the culture, Republicans are trying to, in one way or another, show that they're hip. And in the same breath, they're kind of also dating themselves and showing that they really don't know what culture is. They are trying to show people what they think that they will like. But I think that's because the RNC and the RNC or the GOP, the DNC, all these groups where millions or billions of dollars is passing through. The people that are at the top that are arranging all this stuff, they don't have a life like the people that are attending.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So like they're really detached, and they're thinking, oh, you know what? Let's have this be this epic thing, and this is what we'll do here, and this is what we'll do, and then we'll have this person come out, and it's like, well, look, politics wasn't meant for rock stars. And unfortunately, that is kind of what it's come down to. It's a popularity contest. I saw somebody in the comments that said, it's cringe anytime a musician tries to push a political message. And to a certain extent, I agree. Unless you start out that way, leave it be. Granted, there are some bands that made a lot of money that way, but I guess my point is that all of that predicated, the speech was good. I thought it was really cool how it is that he brought up the Star Wars program, or the Strategic Defense Initiative, and technology. He also brought up the cure for diseases and stuff like that. He also brought up the need for a leader that sees things differently and recognizes that this is the direction that we need to go. Somebody that will release this technology essentially. I also think it's interesting that he said a lot of things that I'll just put it this way. I'm really glad to see him saying some of the things that I've been saying for a long time, especially about unity and working together and making the world a better place, moving forward together, and being everybody's president, not just half of the country. I really liked all that. It all resonated with me. And
Absolutely.
I think, final thought, I liked that he told people to be excited for the future. And I thought that was really important too, because so much fear is created in politics of if they get a hold of power, the world's going to end, the country will be over on both sides. And I think Trump saying, be excited for the future. You got no idea what's coming. Like, all of these are the messages that I would like to hear from him and that I would have liked to say if I were him.
Yeah, true.
Jake, have you ever heard of Thomas McDonald by chance?
Yeah, I know Tom McDonald.
Yeah, he should have been the guy that came out there and sang his song.
Maybe.
Right? Yeah, especially considering he got to the top of the charts without any record label.
Yes. He's amazing.
Yeah,
I loved his last song, You Missed.
Bitch, you missed. Dave,
Oh,
go
and
ahead.
by the way, real quick, some people, like in our last podcast, I didn't understand the left missed and then the right can't read or whatever. Well, it wasn't that they can't read, it's they can't riot or whatever. So I got that wrong, and people told me
they can't
it's
riot.
riot.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Because I was not understanding the song, but that is a freaking amazing song.
No, yeah. Basically, Tom just says you're lucky the right don't riot, right? So and that's true. Dave, what were your thoughts on the speech?
I think it's an interesting tone. That's a unique tone for him. He's far more bombastic and challenging. He usually speaks faster. He seems like a man who's had like a moment on the road to Damascus, right? Like
Seems like a man that just got shot in the ear.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So he's had a moment. He's been on the road to Damascus and he met Christ on the way, right? Like he had that moment. You saw him holding his grandkids. You've seen his facial expressions. You see the things he's saying, or you hear the things he's saying, and you see how he's saying them. He seems like someone who's made a couple very big decisions. He's keeping it close to the chest, because if you notice, like, how he speaks and moves has slowed down. That usually is indicative of someone who's made a choice. They're going to do a thing. Like, the easiest way, if you've ever been in a situation where violence was imminent, you'll see the people who are about to partake, they're not working themselves up. Okay, this is going to happen. These are the things I'm going to do. He came across to me as a man who's been radicalized, which is a good thing, in his faith, whatever. However you want to term it, I would say he has. I also would say he views people differently. One of the things I saw him get most choked up about was when he was talking about what happened to the people behind him. And then he's talking about the crowd, that he noticed how the crowd was reacting to him. This may be the first time that he's really clicked how much people are really banking on him to lead. And I'm curious to see how that change is going to carry through. I think he's going to be doing some more drastic things they're not talking about. I think that's why he went with Vance. I think it's probably going to get pretty gnarly.
Yeah. And by the way, and I think, Dave, you make a good point. I mean, you don't always realize, when you build a following to any degree, like how much they are invested in you, right? And I think especially, I mean, all of us have a following to some degree, right? I mean, and we don't really realize and understand even the complexity or the what's the word? We don't understand the magnitude, right, of our followings. Regardless, even with someone with 100 followers, don't necessarily understand that they have 100 people that follow them and listen to them and watch them. But then as you go on, 5, 10,000, 15,000. But imagine Donald Trump, right? And imagine the people that are so devoted to. I mean, most people look at Donald Trump as, if we lose Donald, we lose America.
Lose America. Yeah, that's a lot of people are standing on winning with Donald Trump.
Yeah, and that's what's so scary too, because you look at like what would have happened if Trump would have actually been
Died.
assassinated.
Yeah. Oh my
Like
God.
what would have happened if he would be dead right now? What would we be talking about right now? What would the country be? And I think most people don't realize. I think that's when the silent people come out. I mean, I think at some point in time, that's when the right riots. That's when the right,
silently
yeah, has enough. And that's the scary part. I mean, that's the scary part about losing someone that you feel like is there for you. And I think that's why Trump is so popular, because many people resonate with him that, hey, you are representing me. I truly feel like you're representing me. And I think that's why he's so popular. So Dave, you made a good point. Ashton, what do you think?
So first of all, the social media stuff, I agree with everybody in terms of like, karma will come back and get you. And I think that we live in an age now where I think the younger generation is so used to social media, they don't even know what it was like before social media. But it's just definitely a world where like anonymity has led to people being terrible, where they would never act that way in person. And that's something that I've talked about for years, honestly, but I use my platform to discuss more and more, is that I've always wanted my followers to rise above those types of behaviors and treat people like you would treat them in real life. I think that some of the attacks on the firefighter that was killed were disgusting. And I'm really glad that Donald Trump, like, it was a really good classy moment when he had the guy's firefighter suit out there, went over to it, moment of silence, like that was, he didn't really have to do all that, but I think that was just a really good thing to include into the speech.
I think it was amazing too. And I'm not trying to interrupt, but I'm just telling
she's
you,
going to.
At that time, I was like literally crying.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it was, it's emotional, like,
Yeah.
like there was no reason for that to happen. I think the media fanned those flames and allowed that attack to occur. Trump could have been killed like literally just an inch over, and he would have been killed too. It's just, and like just innocent people dying for no reason, just really unacceptable. Trump made some pretty good points, I thought. First of all, I agree with the tone. Like his tone was kind of conciliatory, right? He was just out there now and not as bombastic as he would usually be. And I think that was a different Trump, a Trump that's been a president before. That it's like when you're like, I like to equate stuff to like when you're playing like video games or stuff, like, you're way ahead and you don't have to risk it, right? Like we can kind of just chill, go over the points and, play this out. As long as we don't make a mistake, as long as we don't throw the game here, like we're going to win. And he made some great points, I thought, about the immigration points that he made when he talked about the people that have been murdered by immigrants. Like that's going to resonate with people. Like, also the pulling out from the wars and the fact that we don't talk about the 45 people that were wounded. Some of them lost limbs and stuff. They've been, severely disabled for the rest of their lives. And yeah, Biden doesn't talk about that because it's like one of the worst blemishes ever, one of the worst pullouts of Afghanistan that ever happened. Like I didn't realize it was like 13 servicemen. They like the media never talks about it, right? So we like don't even realize how horrible it was. So I thought that those were some of the really strong points that he just kind of hammered over the top on that. And then the stuff about technology was really good. Like I was just watching a clip that somebody posted on social media about investing in AI and creating a new golden age. That's stuff that I've been talking about with the technology. I think Jake would agree, where it's like, maybe not necessarily AI, but that's certainly one aspect of it. But then like the 0 point energy stuff, the other kinds of technologies that are probably all related. They all use the same underlying components for the most part. But then he also talked about weapons, like doomsday weapons. And that to me was a man that has been told about technology that the rest of the world doesn't talk about. And he always talks about like some of the foreign adversaries having so many nukes or whatever, but I think that he knows about stuff that would make nukes look a little child's toys.
Yeah, he knows about shit that we don't know about.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Pretty good overall.
What was your thoughts?
The guy just got shot, so he's allowed to talk for as long as he wants.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And he did.
I feel like he did a great job, and I feel like he gave his emotion and sentiment in the first 30 minutes of like really what happened to him and how he he felt.
Yeah.
And it really got all over me. Like I was tearing up. I'm not kidding. I was crying when he was talking about that stuff. And then when he goes back to the normal Trump stuff for the next hour and a half, I was like, okay, I'm doing selfies. Hi. You know, he just lost my attention. I think it was very like the first 30 minutes was great, but I think it just went way too long.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 30 minutes he was kind of off the cuff, right? He was trying to explain to you how he felt, what he experienced.
And I think that was great. I think people needed to see how he felt because he's not spoke about it. You know, everyone else is speaking about it. He's not spoke about it. So it gave us a time and a chance to see how he felt about what happened to him. But I don't think he should have gone like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So.
But what I will say, you know, I think looking at like everything that's going on in the world, you know, one of the things I was talking about earlier with the truck tent, which I know this,
oh my God.
You might think that's crazy. But I do think that people need to find things that they love to do outside of the internet, outside of the corruption, and outside of why are you shaking your head? No, dude.
I'm just saying
outside of the corruption, outside of all that stuff. I think people need to find things they are happy with that gives them joy outside of technology, outside of looking at X or Facebook or whatever, you know, outside of the Trump assassination or whatever we're talking about. Like, go in the woods, go hiking, go by a river, go really plant your feet somewhere. And
plant your feet in the ground. I'm all in agreement with that.
Cherry, I go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, I think the reason, like, so that 90 minutes, that acceptance speech he gave is the longest it's been in history of any nomination. But I think it also shows something that a guy who just got shot, even though it was in the air, I mean, which is funny to say, but it's not because it was so close. It shows his energy is still up. He's someone who can carry it for 90 minutes. He has passion. He has depth of feeling. His constant mentions of God and, like, you know, every moment we have on the planet is a gift from God. I think that moves, but that also tells me that when you see people speak like that, which is definitely new for him, those are the kind of people who don't move.
Yeah.
You know, they're the people who walk through the mountains and the trail opens before them. You know, it's because the mountain will move out of the way. So I think it's going to be interesting.
Did you guys see the guy that predicted what was it, 3 months ago or 2 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So hear me out on this. Though.
Tucker predicted it too.
Well, no, but I'm
not exactly.
Yeah, but he said the bullet whizzed by his ear. But the interesting thing about that prediction, right, the quote unquote prediction, was this guy said that he would have a newfound love for God.
Mm-hmm.
And what I can say about that is that Trump mentioned God, I think, tonight more than he has ever mentioned God.
Yeah, ever.
Yeah, he's thankful to being alive right now.
So is this because we've had so many emails about that guy, the guy that predicted this. Somebody
that's seen the future, I can tell you that you can receive revelatory insight into future timelines from the Almighty. And it comes in an instant, it comes in a flash, and it also comes at the feeling. And with that feeling is this like thing in your gut, in your heart, that you're like, no, that is true. Mm-hmm. That is 100% true right there. I saw it. I felt it. I saw it like in as if I were there.
Yeah.
You know, and you can take those kinds of experiences with you. You can embody them before they happen. And thusly, you can have some sort of an influence on the outcome if you are strategic enough.
For sure.
Whether or not this guy knew or not, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if God gave him a vision.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that he's right about finding a new love or new passion for God. I think that Trump really needs that in his second term because all the stuff they've put him through, it would be very easy to become a bitter, angry person and going after all those people and ruining their lives. But that's not what God wants. That's not what God would do. You know, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And I think that Trump having this experience is very humbling and has provided him with tremendous amounts of insight that most people never get in life. They never have that this close away, this far away from, not being here kind of experience.
Absolutely. And I really don't want to say this, but you made me think about this, Jake. I talked to my cousin last night, and my cousin, I hate to even bring this up, but my cousin,
but
hold
wait a minute.
on, Sherry,
Chad doesn't
please,
ever
God.
let me talk to him ever, and I do love his cousin. Okay, go.
Anyways, my cousin is on death row, and he's on death row because he was a serial killer, and he's actually been on many shows, what was it called? A&E. He's been on all that stuff, right? Not even gonna go and obviously I'm not going to mention names or any of that, but I'm just telling you, my cousin's a serial killer, and I talked to him last night. For whatever reason, he called my phone from the state penitentiary, and somehow we got on this conversation about God. Now, obviously, he is in a penitentiary, and he has this not newfound. I mean, I guess he's probably kind of had this for a while. But one of the things I asked him last night, especially talking about what you just said, not a lot of people get a chance to kind of feel that. And I'm not saying he did, right? I mean, but what I am saying is, I asked him last night, I said, I think most people take for granted life in general, like your freedom, your ability to do what you want to do, and all this shit. And I said, do you feel like, and I asked him straight up, I said, do you feel like that because you were in there for life and actually on death row, even though he is in North Carolina, and right now there's a moratorium on executions there. But I said, do you feel like that's what led you to God? That you were kind of backed in a corner, and this is kind of a thing. But one of the things he said was, he said, I think the reality is that I think that until you get put in a position to where you don't ever appreciate what you used to have, and listen, I also don't know if he's telling the truth. I've been one of those people who's like, this guy was a pretty, he was a serial killer.
Take your freedoms away for 20 years and see if he doesn't appreciate them.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. He appreciates them, but does that mean still though that he, does that mean he's actually a Christian, right? I mean, and that's the thing. I don't know. Go ahead, Jake. You're muted, by the way. Jake is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Jake. Can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. I have strong feelings on this matter, and I would like to share them for just a moment. Have you seen Game of Thrones?
No,
I haven't.
Unfortunately.
No. Okay.
But go ahead.
I'm trying to think of good stories where there's really, really good character development and character arcs. Where, because in Game of Thrones, there's characters that you start off in the series hating and thinking that they're these terrible people. But as the story progresses, you actually get to see them do good things that kind of redeem them in your eyes and make you kind of look at them differently and go, I really hated them at first, but the fact that they did that, and that show that they're not all bad.
Right. And that's why I love Terry.
Well, and that's what I think the love of Christ is all about. Is this idea of Matthew was a tax collector. Do you realize how low in the Hebrew system, you are worse than the Romans if you're a Hebrew tax collector, right? So for Jesus to take somebody like that under his wing, or to love people unconditionally, even knowing all their sins, let's say he was really Son of God, high frequency dude, ascended being, an avatar, whatever you want to say. He knew these people's sins when they came up to him and loved them anyway. And then that gave them this inner rebirth where not only did they not want to sin anymore, but they wanted to do good. And that's, I think, the real power of love. And I'm so glad to see that. I think that's kind of what Donald Trump has found. That's what I found after coming out of solitary and having essentially my life ruined.
Yeah.
Sure. And it would never be the same kind of thing. So I found that same kind of love and realizing forgiveness, repentance, redemption, love, it's all kind of interconnected.
Damn. Yeah. I guess I forgot about you, Jake. You did kind of go through some shit there for a little while.
Yeah.
You went through a little bit. Yeah.
But Jake, you have a lot of fans, just so you know.
Hey, so does Ashton.
Yeah, I was going to say there was somebody.
Colin.
The Hodge twins were asking why they didn't have anybody from January 6th speaking tonight, and I replied while we were in that speech saying that I'm hanging out with Jake, the number one probably most well-known J6er, honestly. And people replied saying, like, let Jake know that he's a hero or whatever. That a lot of people appreciate you, man. You do a lot of good work.
Thank you.
They really do. They don't really know your name. They know your name as like the Buffalo
QAnon,
Man.
no,
or the
QAnon.
Buffalo
Shaman.
I know from the media bullshit, But,
But
I gotta drop, guys, because I'm fading fast here. I'm
Yeah, I am too. Dude.
ratings at the
I'm
moment.
pretty
But,
exhausted.
once they see
this has been
like
awesome. 5 hours.
Yes, it has.
It's been forever. Yeah, it's absolutely been forever. Hey guys, listen. Before we go, I want to say thank you for all of our panel guests. And before we go, Ashton, let everybody know obviously where they can find you and Dave and Jake, and what are you guys working on briefly, and then we'll go.
Yeah, so just us, Ashton here. You can find me on Twitter. You're going to be able to find me on Instagram and TikTok here pretty soon as well. I've got some new clips getting made from my 100 appearances that I did on podcasts over the MH370 stuff. They're looking really awesome. I did a preview of one of them last night on stream. So those will be dropping on all the platforms. Otherwise, I'm kind of taking a break from all the podcasting stuff and focusing on the 3 different jobs I'm doing at the same time right now. So appreciate everybody out there. Thanks, MH370X, for watching. Love you guys.
Thanks, Ashton, for coming on, man. And guys, by the way, thank you so much. We have had about 9,000 people in here right now, total among all platforms. So that's pretty crazy. Jake, what's going on with you, man?
Jake wants to be vice president of the America.
Americas.
Of the America.
In all honesty, it's not anything that I actually want. I wish I didn't have to. In all honesty, I hope JD Vance does a great job and I never have to step foot in the political arena. I can't stand politics because it is essentially the use of words to start war. Okay. I mean, that's really what politics is all about. It's about framing your opposition to be the devil and you be the savior, and then, march other people's children into battle. I'm not for that. I really hope, like I said, JD Vance is what we need. But similar to Donald Trump, if we don't get what we need, then I will continue to step up and do my best to be what we need. Whether or not people care to follow or care to listen is up to them. I hope that the message is good enough. And speaking of that message, you can get it on ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. That is Forbidden Truth, TRUTH Academy.com, where we have literally dozens of hours of videos that you can check out, and podcasts, spaces, dozens of hours of content. We also have my merchandise. We also have my book, One Mind at a Time, A Deep State of Illusion. If you want to know who and what the deep state is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, read that book. It's only 150 pages. And it's only $9.99 on Amazon. You can find it on the website. You can find it on Amazon. Just look up One Mind at a Time, A Deep State of Illusion by Jacob Angeli. And yeah, and you can also follow me on X or Twitter at America Shaman. That's America Shaman on X or Twitter. And you can also find me on Rumble, Yellowstone Wolf AZ. That's all one word, Yellowstone Wolf AZ. All one word on Rumble.
You guys better be writing that shit down.
Yeah, I know. Jake, I'm just saying you have a lot of a lot of usernames here.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it all out there.
I get it. Trust me, on our podcast, we do the same thing. I'm like, there's no one. No way
I'm like Sherry IEP, Sherry Free, Sherry this, Sherry that. I don't know.
And by the way, guys, before we go, and we're gonna get to Dave.
By the way, guys, if you see anything that's SHERI, follow me.
Anyways, hey, we do have a podcast, Investigators Podcast. We've had this for 6 years. So we talk about corruption, conspiracy, you name it. We talk about it. We got a lot of great guests. Peter McCullough. We were going to have Mark Meadows on, which we did not talk about tonight. And we're not going to get into that because there are some things pending. But hey, if you are listening, by the way, if you're listening, whoever, just know we're figuring it out, but don't say too much.
Our team is looking into it.
Dave, go ahead. What do you got going on?
I'm L Dave from the Alien Addict crew. Check us out on Spotify and YouTube at Alien Addict, or you can follow the Alien Addict crew at Real Alien Addict on X.
Yeah, they're great podcasts, by the way. We've done quite a few. It's actually Ashton, Dave, Alien Addict. Jake. I mean, hell, we're all kind of here in a weird conglomerate of ways. So It's pretty cool.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm Sherry at whatever it is on X, and I have like
At whatever.
3
She has
followers.
no idea.
I have 3 followers, and Ashton is one of them.
Well, the problem is that Sherry doesn't even know her freaking username.
Yeah,
so
I
how the
know.
hell are you going to get more followers? You can't even announce
Yeah,
your
well,
username,
Ashton,
bro.
can you share my thing to people?
Yeah, share her profile, Ashton, so she can
I
get
don't even know which one it is. I think I saw you in the chat though. I'm not sure.
so she can get another.
I'm sorry to say, guys, I gotta go. I gotta go feed my
Yeah, we
mom's
did too.
horses.
We did too.
All right, buddy. See Jake.
Pass out.
Much love,
See
guys.
you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Not a
I'm gonna drop
problem.
too, guys. I love you guys. We'll talk soon.
Yeah,
Peace,
whoever
everybody.
wants to stay around. Hey guys, we love you guys so very much. We appreciate you guys hanging out. And until next time, we love you guys. Peace out.
Peace out, guys.